Call meeting to order. Before we get started with roll call, I would request that we have a moment of silence for the 14 kids that were killed in the Texas elementary school today and the one teacher. This continues to happen throughout our country. That's number 212 mass shootings in our country this year, and it's a sad situation that we're having to deal with in our country. Thank you. Shelley, can you roll call, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. District 1, Councilman Rios.
Present.
District 2, Councilman Pastor is absent. District 3, Councilman Latham.
Present.
District 4, Vice Mayor Stapleton.
Here.
District 5, Councilman Gonzalez.
Here.
District 6, Councilman Shipley.
Here.
Mayor Camaros.
Here.
We have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Shelley. Fernando, can you lead us in the invocation, please?
Please bow your heads in prayer. Dear Lord, thank you we could gather here today to do our community's work. I know that we live in a crazy world today, and I know that everything is done according to your will, but sometimes we just don't understand it. Please be with all those people and help bless those people that put their lives, dedicate their lives to helping others and to protecting others, especially our first responders and especially those who are fighting the wildfires. Just help us, all of believers that believe in a creator, regardless of what we look like, where we come from, or how we choose to worship or not worship. Remind us all that we are all your children, and it costs us nothing to be kind or respectful. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Jesse, can you?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're going to begin our meeting with two public hearings. Just a note, during the public hearings, there is a sign-in sheet, so please sign the sign-in sheet so we can have that record. You do not need to fill out a speaker card to speak during the the hearing at all, we ask you that you just come up to the podium here because it is being recorded and videoed on YouTube, and you state your name and your residence. So no, you don't have to, again, you do not need a speaker card to speak, okay? So item 1 is public hearing and consideration of the planning and zoning recommendation of approval of ordinance number 881 and resolution number 1856, a text amendment to allow public and private utility facilities to be located in the transitional and commercial zoning districts with an approved conditional use permits, case number ZTA 2201. And Shelley, do you want to read ordinance 881 and resolution 1856, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ordinance number 881, an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of Globe, Arizona, amending the Globe, Arizona Municipal Code, Chapter 14 Zoning Code by adding public and private utility facilities to the uses subject to conditional use permit sections of the TR Transitional Residential District 1459B3, Neighborhood Office Service Zoning District 14510B3, in C2 Intermediate Commercial District 14511B3, and the C3 Central Commercial District 14512B3, sections of the zoning code, and adding said use to the definitions, section 14-3. Resolution number 1856, a resolution of the City of Globe, Gila County, Arizona, declaring as a public record certain text amendments to the City of Globe Code, Chapter 14 Zoning Code, filed with the City Clerk and entitled Ordinance Number 881 Zoning Code Text Amendment, Public and Private Utility Facilities in Transitional and Commercial Districts to allow utility facilities to be located within Transitional and Commercial Zoning Districts. Is council pleased with the reading?
Yes, Shelley. So I want to open this public hearing, and we'll begin with our zoning administrator, Dana Burkhart, for an explanation.
I think camera-wise, you might need to put. Danny, can you catch Dana on camera? Yes. Okay.
And Danny, do you see my presentation in Zoom? Mayor, council members, thank you for considering this item this evening. As your staff report states, there has been interest, the city was approached to have develop utility facilities in our commercial zoning district. And interestingly enough, all of our residential zoning districts allow for the use, however, our commercials don't. So we'll start, what are public and private utility facilities? The water treatment campuses, wastewater treatment campuses, electrical substations, natural gas related facilities. I think we could term solar fields or farms as a utility campus of some sort, and other similar types of public utility applications. Here we show a couple examples from the valley. I think we're all familiar with driving down the 202 and seeing the City of Mesa's large water facility, a water treatment facility. Obviously, that is at an incredible scale. And then also we have one, I think down near the Yuma area, shown on the south, or on the bottom of that screen, in the bottom left. It's a large campus. Looks like it's been developed to allow for room for additional expansion down the road. So, as I mentioned, our residential districts currently allow this by a conditional use permit. In our research, most communities do allow for these types of facilities in both public or in residential and commercial and industrial zoning districts. Larger ones tend to be by use permit. Because you saw the scale of those uses, you want to make sure you're looking at what that specific proposed application might be in a certain area, and make sure we have necessary conditions considered when we're approaching or possibly approving those types of facilities. So right now our conditional use permit process ends with, for this type of facility, would end with Planning and Zoning Commission unless there's an appeal to City Council That's when you would see that. Otherwise, it would just stay with Planning and Zoning Commission. So we are requesting with the ordinance before you and as well as the resolution, the city council adopt ordinance 881 to include utility buildings and facilities when necessary for serving the surrounding territory, subject to securing a conditional use permit therefore, and provided further that no use permit shall be required for the construction of power or pipelines necessary to serve the surrounding territory. Add that language, which happens to be our existing language in our residential districts, to the TR, the NS, and our C2 and C3 commercial districts. That's it. We held the required citizen review meeting on May 9th, and we had about 3 attendees, none of which were interested in the public utility facility item, so we have not received any comment or interest from the public on that item. On the 18th of last week, the Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously recommends you approve and adopt that ordinance, the ordinance before you. With that, we have a staff recommendation, or council, Planning Commission recommendation to the council move to adopt Ordinance 881 and Resolution 1856 to allow public and private utility facilities in the transitional and commercial zoning districts. Be happy to respond to any questions you might have.
Do we have any questions for Dan? So we'll go ahead and open it up to any public comment. Is there anybody from the public that would want to comment on Ordinance 881 or Resolution 1856 in regards to utilities? If you have a comment, please come up to the podium, state your name and your residence, please.
Hi, my name is Bonnie Stedman. I live in Globe, Arizona, District 5. Mine is more of a question. Can you clarify for my understanding? The way I understand this is that businesses that are working on getting it up to code will not have to have a permit? Is that the way I'm understanding it?
Mayor, council members, ma'am, I understand your question. This ordinance would simply allow for a public utility or private utility to propose to develop one of their needed facilities, utility facilities, within the commercial zoning districts. So to my knowledge, it might correct, or we may have a few legal non-conforming public utility facilities like this, like the city's water campus, which actually is an industrial district. So I'm not aware that this is going to correct any existing legal any existing use on a property, but it could. It certainly could make something correct today that's already existing. But no, there's no intention for any fixing of any existing businesses as part of this request.
It's going to allow for them not to have that permit to bring it up to code?
No, incorrect. So what this does is requires any utility company that wants to build new facility in town, requires them to come before the Planning and Zoning Commission to ask for that approval and show us a site plan of where it's going, what's involved with that operation, what kind of traffic is expected, and so forth.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Freddie, go ahead.
If I can follow up on that, that does not preclude any utility, public utility, private or not. They would still be under the regulatory confinements of, say, Department of Environmental Quality or the Arizona Corporation Commission, because they would be serving the public, correct?
That's correct. The various different utilities have their different requirements through the state and/or corporation commission approvals.
Okay.
Correct.
So that would, I think that might help answer that question, because through the regulatory agencies, there's permitting that has to be done. There's standards that have to be met. So those higher state level regulatory agencies would then govern those utilities, correct?
Correct. This simply deals with, can they put it there or not how it's operated or what's involved in the construction and so forth.
Okay. Thank you.
And Dana, just one question. As they come forward, you're saying they go to planning and zoning for a recommendation. They still have to come before council, and we also have the wording in approved conditional use permits also, depending on location or whatever.
Unless, I believe, how the ordinance is currently written, that most use permits, with exception to the marijuana facilities and other specific sexually oriented businesses, things like that go to council. But this, as it's currently written, would end at P and Z, again, unless there is a appeal of their decision, or if P and Z decides to, if there's such a level of concern or something like that of opposition, or that it would be elevated to council's consideration.
Okay, thank you, Dana. Is there any other comments from the public on this subject? So we'll go ahead and close this public hearing. And again, for any latecomers, make sure that you sign in for the public hearings. You are not required to sign out any speaker card in order to speak. Just come up to the podium for your comments. So item 2, we have a public hearing and consideration of planning and zoning recommendation of approval. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, that one is, so do we have a motion for approval of ordinance 881 and resolution 1856? Sorry about that.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve the planning and zoning recommendation to adopt number 881 and resolution number 1856 to allow public and private utility facilities in the transitional and commercial zoning districts.
Second.
Motion is second for approval of item 1. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed. So we'll open a second public hearing. Public hearing and consideration of the planning and zoning recommendation of approval of ordinance number 882 and resolution number 1857, a text amendment to allow group homes for the handicapped and substance abuse recovery residents to be located in residential zoning districts, case number ZTA 2202. Shelley, can you read ordinance 882 and resolution 1857, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ordinance number 882, an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of Globe, Arizona, amending the Globe, Arizona Municipal Code, Chapter 14 Zoning Code by adding group homes for the handicapped to the list of permitted uses and recovery residents to the list of uses subject to conditional use permit sections of the R143 Rural Zoning District, Section 14-5-2B, R1-9 Single Family Resident District, Section 14-5-3B, R1-6 Single Family Residential District, Section 14-5-4B, R2 Multifamily District, Section 14-5-8B, and the TR Transitional Residential District, Section 14-5-9B of the zoning code, and adding said uses to the definitions, Section 14-3. Resolution number 1857, a resolution of the City of Globe, Gila County, Arizona, declaring as a public record certain text amendments to the City of Globe Code, Chapter 14 Zoning Code, filed with the city clerk and entitled Ordinance Number 882, Zoning Code Text Amendment, Group Care and Recovery Homes in Residential Zoning Districts, and to allow group care and recovery homes to locate in residential zoning districts. Is council pleased with the reading?
Yes.
Mayor and council members, thanks again for having this item on your agenda this evening. Excuse me. So what is a group home? It's a typical home that provides various levels of supervision to a number of unrelated individuals, seniors or persons with disabilities, kind of operating as a small assisted living facility in a residential neighborhood is one example. And sober living homes is another example that are also in a single family home in a residential neighborhood. So you'll see with the proposed ordinance how we go through and look at regulations applicable to those types of uses. So how do other cities regulate? They have specific regulations depending on the type of home. So whether those two, or they have many other types of homes, foster care, a number of different types of homes are listed. But today we're just talking about these two topics, the types of homes. And then within them, there can be, on occasion, there could be some variation or a request, and I'll get to that when we get to the language of what that means. But typically there's a limit on the number of residents. For instance, a state statute was adopted probably 7-8 years ago, said any single family home in any city or town or county in Arizona is required to allow up to 6 unrelated people for developmental disabilities care. And I also relate that to the same reason for elderly care, or somebody disabled, if you will, that needs help. So they preempted cities' ordinances at the time, saying, yeah, no, any house could potentially house, with some exceptions. There's a limitation on the trips per day, and as well, there's a minimum distance separations from other similar homes. And the reason why they do that is to avoid the institutionalization of a certain neighborhood or area of the community and have too much of one type of activity that would ultimately start to change that character of that neighborhood from a residential setting maybe to more institutional, as I mentioned. So they typically, the minimum distance separation is required. The statute actually for the homes, people with disabilities, is 1,200 feet apart. And then parking considerations, all parking is required to be on site. Again, they don't want to see a lot or create a lot of on-street parking and things like that in a neighborhood. So they have various types of approvals that we found looking at other codes through administrative use permit, a zoning approval, or a conditional use permit, or by right. But again, keep in mind, up to 6 is allowed by right. And that's what your ordinance is proposed, how we drafted that code. Stick with that 6 threshold. However, P&Z, the Planning and Zoning Commission, did look at a nuance that could necessitate additional residents, and I'll get to that in a moment as well. So this image that we have shows all of the existing homes in the yellow. Those yellow pins are 4 existing assisted living or group homes for the elderly in the city right now. Most down there in the Crestline subdivision. You see the 3 there, and then 1 near downtown here on Sutherland. That circle, the circumference in yellow that I show, that's a 1,200-foot radius from that particular home. So that just gives you an idea, or I think a geographical understanding of what a 1,200-foot separation, as is being proposed in your code this evening, look like. And as you can see, it really consumes a lot of our city proper here in the historic area of the downtown. All right. So suggested language for group homes, which is taken right out of the ordinance that you have before you, is basically to allow group homes for the handicapped, subject to the following. No such home is located within 1,200 feet in a straight line, and it's both either from a group home for the handicapped and elderly care, or also from a recovery residence, which we'll get to in a moment, which is basically the sober living or a substance abuse recovery residence. Unless it's separated by a right-of-way of greater than 100 feet. Our only right-of-ways greater than 100 feet or near that are the highways, Ash. So obviously, when your goal is to protect neighborhoods from inundation of a certain type of use, being across an arterial road or highway in this situation in itself is a different, creates different neighborhood in that respect. So and that's a consistent code that we see in other people's codes. No such home shall contain more than 6 residents, excluding the care staff. Usually they might have 2 people on a shift, and then there's occasional therapists and things like that go to the homes and so forth. But from my experience, up to 6, I know they can get away with 1 person on staff, but sometimes they'll have 2 there for backup and everything. And then 2 shifts. Don't quote me on that, though. I'm not in the business. That's what I've learned through this process. Such home would be registered and administratively approved by the zoning administrator or designee, so we know it's got zoning clearance, basically. Also is required to have a state license from the Department of Health, and they've got a stringent application process, more so for recovery homes and things like that, but also for the care of elderly. You want to make sure there is some oversight and consistent oversight on those activities by the health department. All parking for guests and staff shall be located on site and in compliance with 14-7, so very similar to what the ordinance or the statute reflects. And then since the the citizen review meeting we held, we did receive a comment from and a request from a property owner. They actually own Knopfsker Hill School. They said, hey, you should look at, you've got a number of facilities throughout the community in residential districts that could possibly operate with more than 6 people. And so you should take that into account. And they provided this language. The Planning and Zoning Commission may approve a home to contain more than 6 residents through a conditional use permit process if the subject facility is an existing structure, complies with all applicable fire and building code requirements for the occupancy that's being requested, receives a state license, obviously, and is found to have adequate access for additional traffic volumes generated and maintains the surrounding neighborhood character. So again, if you're asking for more, we need to know that this isn't back in the neighborhood or something like that that's going to create some traffic concern or parking concerns and other issues. So with that, we took a look after receiving that request and said, well, how many of these buildings do we have? And I'm not too sure how many buildings we have that are in residential districts that are larger or not your typical single family home. But we did find probably 5 or 6 just in a quick look on our maps. And I'll just show you there. That's in the purple or those red pins. Kind of identify those. Large building 1, that property happens to be, it's down by our community center. It happens to be for sale right now, and I get questions, well, what can we do? It's an R16 zoning district. Can I have more than a single family in there? So that's a big question that we get on occasion. And then there's a few others. You see large building 4. Anyway, all those pins identify, they were probably either developed as churches or schools at one time or something. I think building 1 was originally, it's part of that kind of that, there's a religious complex down there, I believe, of sorts. And I understand it's been used. It was originally used for that, but it was also used for an office most recently. But it is for sale. So we realize, oh, wow, there are a number of buildings. What are those guys allowed to do if they can't do this? And here's a zoom in on each of those properties. Up top or in the center of the screen to the left there, that's large building 1. That's at campus. They've got a Kwanzaa hut for some reason on the property. Down to the left, it's a funeral home, actually. I'm like, okay, that's not necessarily a listed permitted use in a residential district, but you could see one day, should that use change, what could it be? And I'll get to that on the next slide of what's currently allowed. And then on the right side, you see, I believe building 4 that you see in the upper right was also for sale or for lease recently. And I got the same questions. Hey, so yellow is the R16 zoning district, brown is the R2 multifamily zoning district, and red is the commercial zoning districts. So that is an office building apparently, or almost a retail setup or structure in single family zoning district. So they asked, well, what am I allowed to do? Okay, I guess it's legal non-conforming as businesses right now, but one day, should that use discontinue for a period of greater than 6 months, then technically it would no longer be a allowed use. So what would those buildings be allowed to do? Well, in the brown district there, R2, it allowed a single family duplex, a multifamily, home occupation, which is also allowed in our single family districts, playground or a community-owned building, churches, as long as they're near an arterial or collector, schools with the same criteria, and public buildings with access to that arterial. Again, that criteria is in there to make sure we're not driving through neighborhoods for these types of uses, where they're close to the traffic corridors and so forth. And then by conditional use permit in the R2 zoning district, dormitories is also allowed in R2 zoning by right. So those are all by right. And then by CUP in the R2 is a public utility facilities, what we discussed on the last item, actually. So in the R19 and R16, those are your single family zoning districts in the city, the yellow. A single family dwelling or home occupations, those are your 2 options there. But by a conditional use permit, you can have that park, playground, so forth, the church, the school, the building, the public buildings. A bed and breakfast is really the only unique change in that, and cemetery. So those are by use permit. So those buildings that we looked at, those larger buildings, would be restricted to one of these uses. So we realized, wow, yeah, there is something here to that proposed
Fernando,
language.
we had a question.
Yes.
Just for my own clarification, so bed and breakfast, is that also consider overnight rentals, or is that a different category where you have a host that's hosting you, or is that?
Exactly. Bed and breakfast is a unique, it doesn't fall under an Airbnb. No, it's, and it's allowed by a conditional use permit.
Because I remember that the state basically overrode every community and said that Airbnbs and overnight rentals could not be restricted by local authorities.
Correct. And that was not impacted by, did not impact bed and breakfast,
Okay.
how they're regulated. It's pretty consistent to have those either by right or an administrative use permit or a conditional use permit
Thank
in
you.
most communities. Okay. So that brings us, so those are the allowed uses, and that was the group home criteria. And again, I'll just go back. So Planning and Zoning Commission recommended council adopt the ordinance with, and they amended staff's recommendation to include what you see here in red. That's what is in your staff report in red as well. Basically, hey, we can, let's say if there's a large structure or something, or maybe a very large home too, we can get more with an approved conditional use permit. Show it if they can show us that, yeah, this can operate in a way that's not going to disrupt the neighborhood or something like that. So, and actually the applicant had requested this only be included in part of the recovery, the next section I'm about to cover, the recovery home section. But we thought, well, why just restrict those recovery homes? In my experience, are much less frequent than group homes. So you'll see way more group homes. And once you have those group homes in, like the ones we already have, you can see where if you have a 1,200 foot radius, there's not a lot of opportunity for another type of use near those. Well, definitely within 1,200, but it consumes most of our residential area if you look at those. So anyway, so we said, yeah, that should also be you know, one of these buildings could easily be an assisted living facility too, or some sort of larger group home. So that's how P&Z recommended it. That said, so after further review with the city attorney, we said we should have some request for accommodation language in here, like other cities, some other cities do have, to make sure that we are and we can remain in compliance with Fair Housing Act. If somebody comes and says, hey, I've got a disability here, or these people have a disability and they have a right to a house, just like the statute says, or to live together, we need a mechanism to be able to look at that and analyze that and dissect, okay, what is it? If it's not meeting this elderly disability criteria outright, what is it then? So tonight I'm asking that the council also, should they wish to move on this item, include this request for accommodation language, which Shelley has on an updated document for you to take a look at, but it's just like this, it's in the blue. And that's staff's and legal's insertion of that language to address that Fair Housing Act potential concern. Now we move to recovery residence language. So as it's written, said, okay, recovery residence, follow that criteria that was in the, and this is under the conditional use permit, allowed uses by, or uses permitted through a conditional use permit section of the zoning districts. So all your zoning districts have allowed uses. You're allowed to go do it by right. You don't need anybody's permission. You might need site plan approval or something like that, but you're allowed to just go build a single family home in a single family residential neighborhood, or in the commercial, start a retail business, whatever. Then they have, our district has uses prohibited. This is what we definitely don't want in our districts. And then under that, section B3 is uses allowed by conditional use permit. And this is where it's the language for recovery residences is proposed to fall as it's drafted in your ordinance. So through the use permit process, an individual could apply to request a recovery residence for a home up to 6. With that language we just saw for these bigger facilities, well, maybe they could include, if it's a large building like we just looked at, they could have more than 6, and they would have to make that proposition and explain how that would operate through that conditional use permit process. In addition to that nuance, the applicant shall submit and maintain compliance with an operations and management plan in accordance with applicable Arizona revised statutes. So both group homes as well as substance abuse or sober living homes is how the statute terms it, have also, the state has adopted through the Department of Health, it's an administrative code and very specific provisions of how it's to operate, all the licensing requirements and so forth. So there's this whole other statute code. And the very similar administrative code was, we were waiting for the adoption for the recreational marijuana. So they have this whole other document. It's like, okay, you're going to do this business. This is what you got to comply with. It's not just the statute, but it's this administrative code. So that also applies to both of these. They're separate. Sober living home has its own administrative code that they need to comply with the state. But in our language, we want definitely that additional information too, to be considered as part of a conditional use permit request. So it includes name and address, obviously, contact information, notarized letter from a property owner, emergency contact telephone number, number of persons occupying each bedroom, maximum number of occupants, a floor plan, resident screening process, guest and resident rules of conduct, and then finally, the applicant shall provide a copy of the state license required under ARS as amended, and that would also include this extensive plan that they have to submit to the state in terms of the type of therapies or drugs potentially, if it's a drug-related treatment and things like that. They have to have all that documented and known. And obviously, we want our law enforcement and our public safety, fire as well, be fully aware of what one of these types of residence consists of, what the floor plan looks like, and so forth. So that's the language. I'm going to move on here. Before I get too far, I did have a conversation with our city attorney before the meeting. As you see in this language, item I, maintain compliance with group homes for handicap criteria of this section. Staff feels that is maybe convoluted. So it would be best to just take those specific group home criteria and duplicate it in this section as well, and then make those two codes stand alone and don't attach them with I. Okay, and I can explain that later. We're prepared to rewrite and have a different draft before you, depending on your comfort level.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, Bill is on the Zoom, so he is listening and available if you have any questions for Bill.
Okay, I'm a little slow. Could you say that one more time?
Okay, so you see item I. So recovery residents subject to the following, and this is under the conditional use permit, uses allowed by conditional use permit. Recovery residents subject to the following: maintain compliance with group homes for the handicap criteria. So the criteria that we just read above, that limits them to 6, requires parking on site, 1,200 feet away from another unit. It refers back to that. So now we're doing that plus this. Well, there's concern from staff that don't tie these two together like that. Just take that stuff I just said, 1,200 foot separation distance, parking on site, and what the other one was, I can go back to it, and just replace I with those 3 things. So now they're not attached. You don't cross-reference from this section to, which I understand. My whole goal is always to limit the amount of pages you have in your ordinance and everything, but we need it to be clear and obvious. So for that reason, staff is going to recommend that you amend, if you wish to move forward, amending it just by moving those codes down, and then we'll strike, and have duplicative also request for accommodation. That's under the group home section. But if you're maintaining compliance for the recovery home section, that would then apply, right? Because it's in the group home, or we're just going to duplicate it because that could be confusing to somebody. So I apologize for this change in path at the last minute, but that's something that's come up. So with that same public hearing process, we did the citizen review meeting on the 9th. We just received that one letter, and I also received an email from an individual in the community that was included in your staff packets. I'd be happy to read it if you want me to, but they don't like the idea of group homes in the neighborhoods. Let me know if you'd like read to the record or anything, but it is in your packets.
Is it a resident request?
It was actually Mr. Tanner Hunsacker and family. I understand the need for local jobs, the importance in maintaining aging properties, and that care facilities are becoming more important than ever. My support fails when considering the location for these facilities in residential neighborhoods. I do want this type of business. I do not want this type of business next to my home. Similar to the care facilities, they would be better positioned in areas easily located for concerned families with wider roads, adequate lighting, parking for care professionals, and the potential of emergency vehicles when needed. I do not know what occupant load is being considered. It was 6, for the record. But a care facility is to operate in a residential neighborhood. I suggest no more than 6, including care professionals, regardless of the size of facility. So we're actually 6. The statute for elderly care or for the developmentally disabled is 6 plus staff. Without a limit, there's no way to govern how many bodies can be crammed into one space. Ultimately, families will leave, values will fall, resulting in blight. Please help. And then at the Planning and Zoning Commission, in your staff reports, we do kind of itemize the primary concerns expressed. And I expect those individuals to be here as well to speak to during the public hearing portion. But I think we heard, including these 2 comments, 1 for and 1 against, a total of 10 people in opposition and 2 in support. And then Planning and Zoning Commission, as I mentioned, held their public hearing last week. That's where we received that additional opposition and 1 individual in support. So staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend the City Council move to adopt Ordinance 882 and Resolution number 1857 to allow group homes for the handicapped and substance abuse recovery residences to be located in the residential zoning districts as recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission with staff's recommended amendment this evening. That's in the blue. Shelley has it. I'm going to get in while we do public hearing and show you what that might look like when I have those 2 ordinances stand alone. All right. I'd be happy to respond to any questions you have.
Questions for Dana? Dana, I have a question. You showed that map that shows I think it was a purple that shows the current, was it purple that shows the current facilities right now? Or
Large buildings. So the red with the purple labeling is the red pin with the purple labeling is large buildings that we identified.
Yellow is the one that's facilities.
Correct. Those are group homes. Yes.
So I guess my question is, because in my neighborhood, I have 2 of them, and they're not on this map.
That would be news because we went through this
Yeah.
prior to these meetings to make sure we were aware. So we have to look at business licensing and we'll look into that and if we can provide the information.
And it's not any different, because I think these are county-run facilities, but they're still within the city limits of Globe. And I know I had one on the street above me, and I have one on the street below me.
Interesting, but the county, that you said it's county run, we can talk about that offline and we should probably make sure they have a business license and understand that they're falling under the statute.
Mhm.
So up to this point, those homes in yellow, we just applied the state statute.
Okay.
When we reviewed.
Fernando?
So currently, if I wanted to have a recovery facility, I would actually be allowed, according to state statute, to have up to 6 people there as long as I comply with the 1,200 foot and blah, blah, blah.
Correct.
Okay, so
For group home people with disabilities.
the difference would be that we would be adding a provision that if the facility and the area warrants it, could be considered at a higher volume.
Correct.
Okay, so that's really the only change we're really asking for then?
That-
Are we asking to codify this into our code so that it's in our code?
Codify it so that it's into your code. And then in addition to adding the recovery residences, because as I read it, the recovery residents don't fall under that section. They don't have that protection or that preemption
At the state level?
at the, correct, or at the city level. But if they feel they do, we have the language for reasonable accommodation to consider what that argument would be.
One more question, Dana. In the home that I'm talking about that's in my neighborhood, it doesn't say anything about square footage. I mean, these homes are probably maybe 1,800, maybe 1,600 square feet, but we say we allow 6 people. Is there a limitation because of the size of the home, or is it's a bigger facility, we'd allow up to 6?
So again, the state took lead on all of that and said, cities, you're not gonna, this is what you're allowed to do. They say nothing about the size of the home. I do know they're required to submit documentation, probably floor plans and emergency access and all that stuff, fire safety stuff, with the state licensing. But the statute doesn't have a limitation. I will let you know, other cities like Gilbert and the suburbs, City of Phoenix, I'm sure as well, allow up to 10 by right. So they exceed. We thought about that and thought, well, they have probably a much newer housing stock in many ways, and probably a different, larger. So a newer construction type, which could be, has its advantages. And then the homes are probably significantly on average larger than what we have currently in our housing stock. So we thought 6 is a good place to stop, because we couldn't imagine 10 in your average house in downtown or near downtown.
Can I ask one more question? So it makes sense to me that someone would worry that there's a recovery facility and that there would be higher risk that something could go wrong. Do we know if that's a fact or not? Do we have any statistics or data on whether there's more issues with recovery homes than there are with any other type of facility?
Mayor, Councilman Shipley, I do not have that data, but we do have public, Dale Walters, your chief, available to address his experience with these concerns, and I'm not aware. I didn't see anything in my research that would suggest it. They do have, those secure operational plans and things like that, so we want to make sure we understand exactly who's coming and going.
Mike, you have a question?
Through you, Mayor. There's another one too that I'm aware of, one of those 6-shooters, and I don't see it on the map as well. So
That's probably not in the city
I
limits.
think that was county. I think we're aware of that one.
6 shooters county. Oh, okay, my mistake. Okay, my mistake. Thank you.
Just a comment, Fernando, on the question you had too, is they're not necessarily on the street that I live, but I'm not aware of any really issues that have come up with any of these 2 homes with police response or any type of problems that we've had. Again, they're not my neighborhood. They're below me and above me, but I don't know. I haven't really been
Mr.
aware
Mayor,
of
members
it.
of council, Chief Walters is here. We had scheduled him to talk after the public comment section, but if you'd like to have him speak now, or do you want to wait until further into the item?
Yeah, if you want to speak now, and then we'll open it up to the public, because we want to hear their.
And maybe you can restate the question for the chief.
I didn't know there was going to be a quiz. I think he remembers the question, but I think my question was basically, I know that there's a perception that this is a bigger danger, but is there any data that we're aware of that makes these a higher risk or a higher need or a higher demand for services?
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Councilmember Shipley, it really depends on the type of facility that you're talking about. If it's a group home for troubled teens, it's been my experience that we have issues with that. If it's a recovery for drugs or alcohol, you can have it. It really comes down to how it's managed. If you have a good management system that works closely with law enforcement and the community, we never have an issue. I would tell you that the home that the mayor had mentioned tonight and the 3 on the other end of town, I was completely unaware of, because we've had 0 issues with them. Can it happen? Yeah. So my recommendation would be something within the ordinance that would enable the city to revoke the charter, the permit, or whatever the case may be, to deal with that. And then a really good educational process from whatever group of individuals that are going to plan on opening up the home, the type of home, what it's for. The simple fact of the matter is we have to do something. And I don't know where everybody's at on this, but the simple fact of the matter is I've been here for almost 4 years. I cannot count all the overdoses and the dead kids that I've dealt with in this small community in that amount of time. I can't tell you how many people I deal with on a daily basis, or my employees deal with on a daily basis, that have substance abuse issues, mental health issues, not to mention the amount of destitute elderly people that we deal with that are currently living on their own with no utilities and stuff like that in their house because they can't afford to. There has to be something, and everybody wants to do something, they just don't want to do it in their neighborhood. I get it. I put a lot of time and value within my home and my family, but the reality of it is, from where I stand, we have a number of these facilities. Probably most everybody in this room were unaware of them, and it really depends on the quality of people that are running them that really determine whether or not it's good. And I think that can be governed through a proper ordinance through the city where we can police that, so to speak. But ladies and gentlemen, I've been doing this for 30-some years, and it's been my experience, a properly ran facility, whether it's for elderly care, troubled youth, assistance with some type of addiction abuse, far outweigh the negatives that we've seen from it. And I've dealt with a lot of them in Chandler. They're all over the city in Chandler. The ones that we had the biggest issues with were the big facilities, because they get so big that you need so much staff and it's tough to get staff. The homebound ones haven't been bad. I would tell you Nosker Hill is a great choice, other than the fact that it's on top of a hill and the roads going up and down there are miserable. So if you have a lot of traffic, so there's different things to consider. And as long as the city creates an ordinance that gives them the ability to kind of evaluate all of those things before approving, and it's just not a blanket approval, to include a little research on our part on the company that wants to open it up, I think it'd be a benefit to the community, in my professional opinion.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Dale, Chief Walters, what, when you say a larger facility, do you have an idea? Are we talking 15, 30, 60 people?
We had a facility in Chandler, they still have it today, and Detective Sergeant Kaminsky can comment on it too. I've been in a number of fistfights over there because they have 100+ at-risk kids that have some type of behavioral and addiction and issues and stuff that they didn't have the staffing to properly deal with it. Okay. I've also been in a number of locations throughout the city that because of unfortunate death from natural causes, that we never knew that the facility was there until we get there, and it's an elderly care facility, and it was just an excellent opportunity for these people to live out the end of their life, being well cared for around other people of their generations stuff. So there's a lot of pros and cons, I think, but the pros clearly outweigh the cons on all this. The key factor in anything that we do is a proper ordinance, and then proper making sure that we're policing that. I use policing a lot. I'm kind of stuck with that. Sorry.
Dale, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, Chief, or Dana, it's my understanding, and I'm talking about the homes near my residence, these are 24-hour supervised facilities? Do they have to have supervision in 24 hours a day, or is it just 8 hours? I don't know.
Yeah, they have to have constant care, and it depends on what type of facility are you aware? Is it
The
elderly,
one that
disabled?
I know of is a drug rehab
Really?
facility, yes.
Interesting. It's like I mentioned, I know statute has, or the administrative code of the state has extensive application requirements, and I believe they're supposed to notify us and give us the ability to authorize. So that maybe that got authorized previously by staff or something, but I do know that's a criteria. And like I said, we'll look into it.
Okay.
I did want to point out, though, to Chief's point, we're dealing with only two very narrowly tailored groups here, and it's in your definitions in the ordinance. Either elderly and or disabled, developmentally disabled, or recovery home, and they're not the same. We're very tailored. This is not a halfway house ordinance or anything like that, or outward bound, or it's very specific to what that is. It's not like all these different, like I said, there could be some nuances on occasion, and that's where we have that language being proposed in the blue saying, oh, well, it's here if that falls under either of these categories. If not, we'll have to take a different path.
There was a big facility in Chandler, and just north of the downtown area. It was actually related to the Catholic diocese in the area, and they probably ran. They had some live-on personnel, then they had a lot of other personnel that were coming for counseling and stuff on a regular basis. And in the 24 years I was with Chandler, we never one time had an issue there, not one time. And we're talking heavy drug addiction and stuff like that. It was just a really, really well-run facility. Then I've dealt with elderly facilities that weren't ran very well, and we dealt with them all the time, not because they were committing crimes, but they were losing clients. They would just walk away and stuff like that. So I just go back to the management of it is critical, and then having an aspect of the city that kind of monitors that is highly valuable and needed.
Any other questions? Chief or Dana? We'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. Anybody that wants to come up for public comment, please come up to the podium, state your name and your residence, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Good evening. My name's Kimberly Pepin. I'm at 5900 Main Street. This hits home for me as, you know, back in the early 2000s, I was a drug addict, and I've been clean ever since. And I was in a recovery home. So, you know, having this in your backyard, you know, people look at it and they say, oh, I don't want it in my backyard. But we have it in our backyards here. We've got drug addicts all over our streets right now. And they're dying, just like he was saying. You know, we need to get the help for these kids and for these adults that are out there. We need help for these elderly that are losing their homes because the taxes are going up so high and rent is going up. People are losing their home. I lost my home back in October because my landlord decided she wanted $400 more a month for rent. So I lost my home with my 2 kids, all because they wanted more money. You know, cost of living's higher, everything's higher. People are losing their homes. The elderly are the ones that are suffering. You know, but you talk about the drug addicts. They're out there on the streets. A lot of them, they have no way of getting sober. And these recovery homes are how they get sober. And they do it with the help of another addict. And they get help with other people in the home, and they do it by holding each other accountable. And they test every night. And you go into a community, and us as sober people, you know, I've been sober for 18 years now. You know, we have to look out for these people that are trying to get sober, because we try to, you know, it's not easy. It's not easy changing your life. You know, so you can look down on people. You can look down on me. I'm not a drug addict anymore. You know, I'm not that same person. You know, but you can look down on me all you want, but I don't care. I'll stand up here and I'll tell you, yes, I used to use drugs, but that's not who I am. Those people that are out there using drugs, they made a poor choice, and it's hard to change. They need a place to change. So we as a community can try to give them a place to change, or we can turn our backs on them and let them continue to die and overdose. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Will Medford, live at 473 West Banker, District 5. I am a part of a recovery family as well, and my wife's in recovery, you know, and I got my start to a life that's beyond my wildest dreams in one of these homes. I really appreciate what Chief Walters said. Early on, I ended up becoming a site manager for a place called Step One Halfway House in Sunny Slope, Arizona. At its peak capacity, 115 men and 14 women. And let me tell you, I saw a lot of stuff. But, you know, we ran 4 managers. I literally, my job when I first started as a manager was to walk around with a breathalyzer and look in people's eyes, you know, and to, you know, we had policies around that. We did, you know, they filled an application out. We had their background checked by the police department. We actually worked with the police department if paraphernalia or anything was found. Then we would call the police. They would come and they would take all that stuff at the end of the week and dispose of it for us. No, there's a way that if this is planned out and executed correctly, that you can have these in some neighborhoods. And I agree with the 6. That way we're not, jam-packing houses with like 25 people, because I think what everybody's really scared of is like these, like these seedy houses on a corner where like there's just a bunch of, addicts waiting to get high kind of thing, and that's why I'm so grateful for like the state of Arizona stepping in and regulating this industry, because people who suffer from addiction, they have a disease. It's not a moral deficiency. Okay, they literally have a disease, all right? And there's programs out there that are tried and true that give them a place, especially a safe place where they can be abstinent and start to work on themselves. And the state regulates, like you have to have somebody on staff that's a counselor, and then you have to, and then also this is regulation because I want to open one and it costs a lot of money. So like no average Joe is just going to roll into our town and just open up a bunch of these houses. There's a whole process and long application that you have to fill out, and you have to be vetted, and you have to get the right insurance and the right protections for these things. So they've done is, and then you have to provide a clean environment. It's regulated. There needs to be a curriculum. You need to have your fire marshal in there. There needs to be an escape plan. I mean, there's a whole set of things you need to do, and ultimately that protects people who are weak. Drugs are here. They're not going to go away. They're not. They've been fighting the war on drugs since Reagan. And unfortunately, they're not going away. But what is on the grow right now is recovery. And recovery spreads through a community like drugs do too. Okay? And I can't tell you, next weekend, I'm going to Scottsdale. Arizona throws on a recovery festival. We buy out the whole Hilton. There'll be 10,000 people who show up who are abstinent from drugs. They show up with continued clean time. This thing works. You have recovery at a grassroots level. Okay, these little homes. If we have a facility that's warrants bigger with with more mass populace that we can put in there, as long as it's warranted and the rules are followed, and the city steps in as a partner to help its citizens find a safe place to get clean and to come back to humanity. And I think that this is the start. That ordinance changes is exactly what we need. All right, because right now, that big place out next to the Hagen Tanks, if someone wanted to put a facility, it's only 6. And that's a big, beautiful facility, and it has a lot of possibility. And it's kind of like, if we could save one mother from getting that phone call from our first responders saying, your son or your daughter's dead, then we're a success. And I know that this has the potential to do more than just one. And I know that this community that's been hit pretty hard by drug addiction can't heal from that. And it takes all of us to stand together and face drugs because they're everywhere. And I understand fears. I absolutely understand fears. Imagine being that guy that's got his stuff out there in front of the train depot. His stuff's laid out on the sidewalk every morning I drive to work. And all I can do is feel compassion for him. I don't look down on him. That's a sick man. And he needs help. He needs our help. He needs Globe Community's help. Everyone out there. Those are our people. And they're dying. Kids are dying. And this is something I'm super passionate about. In the big cities, they're fortunate. You can drive anywhere and find a recovery home. And it would be perfect if they administer Narcan, get them into community, into Cobra Valley, and they're at the end of their rope. They're like, where do I go? Well, you can go to this home in Globe. Because right now, when we deal with people who want to get clean, we got to ship them out. The ship them out policy isn't working. There's this Globe pride. I want to get clean in my home. I want to stay here and get clean. I go behind Walmart and where that homeless encampment was. We spread the message that you don't have to die from drugs today. There is another way of life. And then we go over and we meet It's over on Golden Hill and Main Street. All right. And there's a little church there. 2 wonderful pastors have given us a place where, and it's Saturdays. It's on tonight's one of our meetings. I decided not to go there so I can come here and talk to you folks. And we are really trying to save people's lives. And I think that this change to the ordinance is a step in the right direction. And I believe that everyone in the city needs to be involved in this, and including the public. And if you see one that's not being run right, say something. Because those people are weak and they can't take care of themselves. And they need your help too, And I think we can do this and make, as far as this is concerned, we can start to brighten the future when it comes to this opioid crisis we're in the middle of right now. And I'm going to be quiet. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
I just wanted to put a face to it. I didn't come to even talk about this subject, but it is close to us. I don't know, I've been here almost all my life, and I'm sure that some of you have been here long enough to remember La Cuesta. Do you guys remember that? So my husband, I don't think he'd mind me saying this, but we've been married 29 years. He has 33 years of sobriety. When I first started dating him, my mother walked out of the restaurant because she knew him when he was drinking and doing drugs. He was so bad. But he had to wait until they had a bed here. He wanted to come back to Globe to become sober. And they had a bed finally open up at La Cuesta. And he did 6 months there. And there were so many people that are active members of this community that did time with Tim there. And it's just amazing the difference that they've made. And it would be amazing to have a facility like that here to help people. If someone like Tim could turn his life around, I mean, look at how much progress he's made. What a benefit to the community. And these other people, I won't mention their names, but man, they've been a blessing just as much as Tim. So this would be a wonderful thing for us. Thank you.
Amanda, can you state your name and address so it'll on the recording? I'm
Amanda,
sorry.
1010 Sanders Drive.
Thank you, Amanda. You have more comments? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Marie Rist, and I live on Basham Drive. My concern is, they do have the drug rehab facility, if it's still open, over by the dump, up on the dump road. I don't know what the name of it is.
Community Bridges.
Yeah. The problem with that was they could not find enough straight people to take care of the place. I took 2 of my friends over there to get them in rehab and get them some help. One of them today is dead because the counselors and the people that were in there running at that point in time, they weren't doing the meetings. They were laughing and joking about it. Oh, the bigwigs aren't here today. We don't have to do our meetings. We don't have to do this. We don't have to do that. It's really sad when somebody's really reaching out for help. But in this community, there's just not enough people to man something like that. Not enough good, honest people that really care. My friend is dead. He shot himself in the head. There's got to be something done about the staffing and the people that are in charge and the bigwigs that are in charge only coming in and checking on them every day. They're supposed to come every day, but they only come occasionally. And they call and tell them when they're not going to come. So they don't do their mandatory meetings for alcoholics. They don't do their mandatory meetings for the drug addicts. That's not fair to these people that truly went in there wanting help because they were treated like they were a joke. And as far as I'm concerned, we don't even have enough law officers in this town to take care of the issues. I was headed down here this evening. My brother had to call and have a drug addict drug off his porch. And it took them over 30 minutes to get there. And he lives maybe a half a mile from the sheriff's office. So I'm all for these people getting help, but they need to get real help, not a joke, not a laugh in their face. and finding real, true people that are going to man these things and take care of these things like they need to be. What are you going to do? Ship them here from the cities? I don't think many city people are going to want to move here and live here. I wish they would, because like I said, my friend truly wanted help, but he didn't get it because of community bridges.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public?
Mr. Mayor, I have a few.
Go ahead, Shelley.
I have a text from, they didn't provide their name, but they're impressed with the city's willingness to address this issue. They've been in the field of substance abuse recovery for 30 years, and part of a person's success is having a sober place to live while transitioning back into mainstream living. No name. I have a comment from Lisa and Robert Heigl. My husband and I regularly stayed at Oscar Hill Inn to attend family gatherings over the years. We've recently been informed of the possibility of the inn becoming a group home in a residential neighborhood. We strongly feel that this historic building should have its integrity preserved as part of Globe's history versus turning this building into a residential home. Thank you for your attention in this matter. This comment is from Lance Kuhn from Greer, Arizona, who also visited Oscar Hill Inn. The building is in a residential neighborhood and would be much better used as an inn or some way to increase tourism and bring visitors to Globe. It is a historic building and should definitely be used as a local attraction.
Thank you, Shelley.
And nothing, no emails.
No emails?
Mayor, if I could,
Go ahead, Jesse.
just for clarification, Dana. We are just codifying this. This is not approving any one place over another place. This is just saying you have to go to P and Z to get a CUP in place if that's what you want to do. Correct?
Mayor, yes, Councilman, that is correct. This will allow somebody to make an application.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
Mr. Mayor, this is Bill Sims.
Go ahead, Bill.
The last two comments that Shelley made really demonstrate the kind of comments that I had in a different jurisdiction. I have been unbelievably impressed by the quality of your community and the positive statements that I've heard tonight about the need for these kinds of residencies. Having said that, I've heard from you and from your constituents concerns about how these facilities would be regulated. You will not be regulating them. It used to be that these were regulated by local governments. Prescott just got clobbered with sober living homes and they couldn't survive. And so the state legislature passed a law that Dana has put in the ordinance that requires ADHS to do all that regulation. Your regulation will be the kinds of things that Dana has in your ordinance. It will not deal with who is managing the facility. What are the size of the rooms? Where are the windows? When do they do the tests? How do they know that someone who is a recovering addict isn't again imbibing? All of that is done by the state. And you and the city need to make sure, and this is what we did in this other jurisdiction, that the state responded. Your control will be, and I think I just heard one of the counselors ask about a CUP. There won't be a CUP in every instance. The way the law works, you are being charged with balancing the Fair Housing Act, which says because our government, because our health industry has taken all these people out of institutions and they need to reside in family type environments. Generally, if you have 6 or less, you have to treat them as a family. If you have, less than 6, 6 or more, that's when you need a CUP. Dana has a good draft here. But I just want to tell you that for your constituent, and I'm so impressed that in this other jurisdiction, we had 3 months of pure terror as communities wanted to keep these people out of their neighborhood. It doesn't appear that Globe has those kinds of residencies. But you, as the officials charged with policing up the land use rights, you have to balance the needs of the community, the needs of the neighborhood, and protecting the quality of the neighborhood with the needs of the individual, which the Fair Housing Act says they have the right to be there. Dana has proposed something that I think is worth your merit, but I just want to warn you, you're not the ones policing it up. It will be ADHS.
Thank you, Bill. I have a comment on, if nobody else has a comment, I just want to make a comment.
Mr. Mayor, I do believe we need to close up public hearing and then go forward from there.
We'll comment through it, council.
No, but Dana, go ahead.
Public hearings for the public, if there's no further public.
Oh, okay, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Thank you,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Any other comments from the public? So we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and we'll open it up to council if you have any comments. I just want to comment that I think, and I respect the gentleman for coming up here and talking about the issue. On the TV today, there was the news was showing 2.8 million people in our country have no access to help. And that's why we're seeing these people out in the street, homeless, dying. And we in our community, that's what we have. I worked with the fire service for 30 years, and we had people out there, we had drug addicts, and that we couldn't help because there was no facility, there was no help here. Police and fire deal with this on a regular basis. We needed this type of facility to help these people. We can't just, like you say, look down at them. Something must have happened within their lives, some tragedy, a divorce, finance, whatever that has led them to drugs, that led them to homelessness. And if we don't care enough to reach out and help somebody and pull them forward, then we're the ones that are failing. We are failing our community if we don't help somebody out in time of need. So I appreciate your comments on what you say. And, I have a brother that I dealt with drug addiction. And there was no facility in this community. I had to get him out of here, get him to Tucson to a gospel mission that saved him from drugs, because he wasn't going to get that help here. And if he stayed on the streets, he was going to continue his drugs. So we need facilities. Maybe there's some locations that aren't ideal for him, but it's the right thing to do.
Mr. Mayor, I believe Councilman Rios had a comment.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I too want to echo the sentiments of Mr. Medford in your comments, as well as Kim, if I can call you by your name, Amanda. These are the boots on the ground. These are the people that can tell you wholeheartedly what it's like and what's needed. We sit up here on the dais as a council to look out for the best interests of our community. But until we hear it from individuals that have lived it and have experienced it, it can tell us what it really is like. I see those people on the streets too. We're not immune to that. We know we have this issue here. I think it's a community thing. We have homelessness, we have other things that are going on, elderlies that need assistance. But these, as Mr. Medford said, this is a diseased person. They're not a person that is from another world, another land. They need help. They need help. And if we're the sober ones and the sane ones and the ones that can provide that, why not? Why not? We've heard it from our police chief, his experiences, not only in Globe, but in the big city. We are not immune to this. So we have to look at it straightforward, and we have to see what we can do to address it. As you said, Mr. Melford, if we can just save one, it was a success. And success breeds success. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Fernando?
I spent 15 years as a youth minister, and not because I was perfect, but because I wasn't perfect. I made a lot of not good decisions when I was younger, and by the grace of God, I never got in trouble, I never got caught, and I managed to somehow pull my life back together and always end up on the right track. But several of my friends that I grew up with were not that lucky and really struggled in their lives. And so just because you've made bad decisions doesn't make you a bad person. And so, and it doesn't mean that you can't contribute in a positive way. And so I'm not perfect. I don't pretend to be perfect, but I do care. And so I feel like this is a positive step. And maybe we won't approve everyone that applies, and maybe for a good reason, but we shouldn't shut the door. We need to leave that door open so that at least we have that opportunity.
Thank you. Any other comment?
I just have a small comment, Mayor, through you. Thank you, Ms. Benford, and everybody else that contributed stories. I see that man the same thing every morning at the train station. And I want to pull over and just say, hey, what's your story? What can we do to help? Is there anything that you need? That's one. They're everywhere. You know, I own a business in town, and there's an alley right next to my business constantly, all day long. One of the gentlemen, he brings the trash out every Sunday night because he knows Monday morning's trash day, and he'll run up to me on Saturday. Hey man, is it Sunday? No, you got one more day, dude. So, but they're everywhere. So I think starting this is a fantastic idea. And like you said, Fernando, we won't approve all of them, that we need to make a step in the right direction and help these people that need help and that are seeking help. So again, I want to thank everybody that did come up and tell your stories. I appreciate it. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of council, we did receive one late comment. The public hearing is closed, but Mr. Mayor, if you'd like, we can share that last comment. Yes, please.
Okay, Mayor and Council, this comment is submitted by Lisa Brazil, and she states, there is no one opposed to services in our community members. Is there going to be a requirement that the people served are from Gila County? This is an out-of-town investor with overwhelmed services in Phoenix. Will these folks from Gila County or outside, will these folks be from Gila County or outside the county? No one is opposed to 6 people, but we are opposed to 25 from Maricopa County. Make sure there are support services in place. Lisa Brazil.
Okay. So do we have a motion?
Mayor, if I could, I did revise that text and separate it. If you'd like to hear it really quick, no new text. This is
And that's
what we have.
reference to item I on that?
Correct, or the whole, yes, separating the two, and I'll take you through if I could. Danny, would you mind sharing my PowerPoint? So this is the same slide that you saw before, suggested language for group homes, strictly group homes up to 6, and then Planning and Zoning Commission's recommended amendment to include to allow an opportunity for more than 6 if the right situation arises through the use permit process. So nothing changed with that text. And then you do recall also we were adding this item number 7 below that 6 to hit, whoops, sorry. At number 7, which is the request for accommodation, which gives us a safety valve in case, you know, we have somebody proposes that they do have accommodation under the Fair Housing Act. All right. So that's group homes. Now we're moving on to recovery home language. That's been separated out. Here it is. So this is tonight's recommended administrative changes by staff. Nothing new with the exception I strike item I from your existing ordinance language to maintain compliance with group homes for the handicap because we just separated the two. And then I added what's the blue is those sections right out of the group home section that we were wanting to have them comply with. 1,200 feet, parking, and no more than 6 residents. Then you have P&Z's recommended amendment, P&Z's recommended amendment there to allow for the ability to, by use permit, get more than 6 if the right situation and facility presents itself. And then all the black is as it's written. Blue was already previously staff's recommendation in your packets here, but it's again to drill down. We want it in compliance with the ARS, which includes that administrative code. And then, sorry, zoomed out. And then the next, section 6 is the same reference that you saw previously. I touched the screen and it, maximized. Request for accommodation. All right, so staff would recommend this language as you see it tonight. We'll have that updated for Shelley's if you wish to take action tonight. We'll have it updated. No new language, just that one strike through and then the reorganization to separate the text to operate independently. And the definitions didn't change, those stay as they are. And staff recommends you approve as staff reviewed tonight or recommended this evening, including Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, Bill, you're following along. Any last comments on the changes from Dana?
If Dana just said that a CUP requirement is not needed for residences less than 6, we agree entirely.
Okay. Bill, thank you. So, Mayor, back to you.
Mayor, if there's no other questions or comments, a motion to approve the planning and zoning recommendations to adopt ordinance number 882 and resolution 1857 with amendments presented by the zoning administrator to allow group homes for the handicapped and substance abuse recovery residents to be located in residential zoning districts.
Second. We have motion and second for item 2 on the agenda. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed. Thank you, Dana. Moving on with our meeting, we'll go to summary of current events, and Jesse, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have anything.
Thank you, Jesse. Mike?
Just a quick shout out to, and I want to make sure that I involve everybody for all the updates on the playgrounds that we've been seeing. As everybody can see right out the door here, what a fantastic addition to the city. So again, I'm not sure exactly who, but whoever's up there, I know John, Linda, Lisa, all of you, and everybody else. So thank you very much for getting that taken care of. And I do have a public request that last week or 2 weeks ago, I made a mistake and thanked Jerry Barnes for doing the streets. Well, he told me, he goes, not me, he goes, so Richard Thomas did all that. So just for the record, I'd like to make sure that I acknowledge Richard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Mariano?
Yeah, I want to thank Globe Fire Department. The new brush truck was delivered this morning. Got a heads up from Paul about that, so I came on down. And I came at the exact moment that one of the crews was headed out with it, and they said, would you like to go for a ride? So I think I'm the first councilman to ride that new brush truck, I think. And it was a pleasure. After months and months of waiting on that, and yes, delivery was supposed to have been November, it's here. And there was a whole bunch of boxes in one of the bays that they have to go about installing all the other parts that came with it. So they have a whole bunch of work to do. But it certainly was a pleasure to go for a ride. We took it up on 4th Street and ran up the hill. And a very tight turning radius, plenty of power, and of course capacity to fight multiple types of fire. And it is something that this council planned for. I wish it had been here in November, but I got to ride it for the first time today. So I'm a happy camper today. And thank you to everyone who participated in getting this thing together. And Globe Fire, I know you put it to good use. So thank you very much for the ride.
Thank you. Fernando?
So last meeting, I was actually excited because all the public works guys were here. And so I was going to thank them for all the work that they did on the disc golf course. They put in the first 9 holes. Me and Danny went out there and pick spots where to put baskets, and the next thing I know, they put them in. And then all the guys walked out, so I never got a chance to thank them after their photo op. So I just want to say thank you to Public Works for your hard work, and for all us disc golf junkies, we really appreciate you. So thank you.
Ready?
I really have nothing, but just other than public awareness. It's summer's here. Make sure you stay hydrated. Summers are brutal here, and I believe June, remind me when the town hall meeting in Miami is?
Yeah, June 7th, 5:30 PM, Miami High School Auditorium,
Okay,
and the pre-fire town hall.
right. So if you want to know what's coming down the pike, what preparedness counties and cities are doing, and public or private companies, feel free to attend that, because I'm hopeful that we won't have a reoccurrence of what we experienced last year's flood, but we are very prone, so just be aware.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, just, it is a pre-fire and the flooding that results from the rain on the Burns car.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Freddie. I have a couple of comments. I failed to mention Dennis Melford, who passed away this past week also. He was a former employee of the Globe Police Department and the Gila County Sheriff's Department, also volunteer with them. He did pass away this past week. So keep his family in your thoughts. I want to congratulate the graduates from Globe in Miami. Globe graduation is Thursday night. Miami's is Friday night. So I know Globe's graduating about 138 kids, and Miami's about 70, maybe 70, 80 kids, I think. So congratulations to them. June 3rd is our next First Friday. It continues to get bigger and bigger, so come down and enjoy all the events that are scheduled for it. I think, and our staff, Linda and Melissa, do an amazing job in Public Works and Police and Fire getting all this ready to go. June 4th is the Sunrise Challenge at Round Mountain, and I think it starts at 6:30. Do you know?
Oh, it's,
I thought not Rotary or.
sure, it's early.
Oh, okay.
Very early.
I thought you were going to do it.
No. If it was an evening, the sunset challenge, I'd be there. Yeah, I won't be there.
Okay, thank you. And some bad news. Unfortunately, I had a conversation with Forest Manager Adam Bromley today. Arnold Forest is going to stage 2 restrictions, which means there will be no fires allowed on the Forest Service at all. No charcoal fires, no wood fires, nothing at all. You're restricted in smoking areas. There's no welding. There's no firearms to be discharged. I think there's going to be a list that's going to come out, but just be aware stage 2 now is in place starting as of Thursday. And our next stage would be total closure of the Forest Service or the forest. So hopefully we don't get to that level, but they are taking precautions because of the no rain and the humidity and the fire danger within our community. So keep your ear open for those restrictions, okay? Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, just one quick acknowledgement that CAG Executive Director Andrea Robles is here in the audience with her new Stephanie Mack, who's economic development person and just hired on with CAG, and we stole her, but CAG stole her from Pinell County, and so now she's working both Pinell and Gila. So
good steal.
Thank you for being here. Mr. Mayor, members of council, that's all I have.
Thank you. So we have a first community call to the public. Do we have any? I have no calling or speaker card. Do you have none on email or phone? No special presentations today? Nope. We do have consent calendar. So we have, thank you, Dana. We have matters listed under the consent calendar considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion and one vote. Public hearing items are designated with an asterisk. Prior to discussion of the consent agenda, the mayor will ask whether any member of the public wishes to remove a public hearing item for separate consideration. Members of the council or staff may remove any item for separate consideration. Item A, consideration of waiver of section 2-4-10A Prior discussion rule to allow action on the balance of the consent agenda. Accounts payable, $455,970.84. Consideration of agreements and purchases less than $25,000. Consideration of council to approve the memorandum of understanding with other state of Arizona agencies involved in sharing of license plate recognition LPR data. Consideration of council to approve the mutual aid agreement with the Operation Underground Railroad, which includes a donation of data pilot valued at $6,680. Is that correct on that? I see an extra dot. I didn't know.
Look to Shelley here.
Okay, $6,680. So do you have anybody from the public, the staff, or the council that would want to remove any of these items for separate consideration?
Mr. Mayor, if there's no other comments or questions, I motion that we accept the consent agenda as read.
Motion a second to accept consent agenda as read. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Any abstaining? Motion passed. New business, item 7A, consideration to approve the emergency declaration regarding eligibility requirements for the City of Globe Cemetery and request to waive section 2-4-10A prior discussion rule. Paul.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, we are undergoing what we have always called or are currently calling, growing pains. One of the places where we're having some growing pains is out at our city cemetery. We have many plots that have been sold, but we have very few remaining plots that are unsold. Right now, given the current configuration and the situation with the animal shelter, we have 10 sites available for sale. We need short-term fix, middle-term fix, and long-term fix. Right now, we have middle-term fix where we have Section 8, which is semi-flat, and once it's engineered, we know where the drainage is, we know where the access and the road's going to be. We're going to lay that out for about 40 to 50 slots, grave sites, and that should get us about 5 years. But we're about 6 months away from getting that lined up, hopefully sooner. The short-term fix, with only 10 remaining open slots in the city cemetery, we would like to reserve those for residents or first-degree relatives of residents in the city of Globe. And so that your emergency action would put a requirement upon anybody purchasing that they be either a resident of Globe or a related, near close relative to a resident of Globe. We have seen people from other locations taking advantage of the pricing that we have. In the next 6 months, we'll also be looking at changing our pricing configuration, our fees for sites, and so that should help fix that. But I think for the next 6 months, we'd like to reserve those sites for people who have ties to Globe. And so this emergency ordinance would do that. It's very important, as the ordinance says, very important for people who have a lifelong community in Globe and live in Globe to spend their eternity in Globe, and we want to accommodate that. So for this 6 month period, we would like council to consider and pass this ordinance to make that happen. Oh, the long range, I forgot the long range plan. We are considering, we have contacted and are meeting with a planner, a planning company out of Utah. His name is Dan, and he specializes in cemetery planning. And so we're working to get information to him so he can get us a bid, so he can do the 20-year plan that we had talked about, and Councilman Leatham had said, we need a plan. I'm like, yep, I think you're right. We need a plan. So that way we know where we're going to be in 5 years, what land do we need to look at, how are we going to terrace, vertical, horizontal, how do we make sure that we have a 20-year future for that cemetery? And so that'll be in the budget consideration. But right now, tonight, the request is to adopt this emergency ordinance.
Thank you, Paul. Questions or comments for Paul?
I do have a question, but I'm not sure this is the right place to ask it. If, for example, my spouse is buried there, is there some kind of accommodation where we could share a plot, or how does that work?
If you have bought one previously and you have them close, a lot of people do a mixture of, and we're very rare on this, mixture of urns of ashes, and you can put is John here?
Yeah.
John, can you explain this better than me? Yeah, okay. And we don't allow, many places do, double caskets, but that's very hard to dig. And you definitely, I talked to Ian, you can't hand dig one very easily. But John knows more about this than I do.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just in reference to your question, Councilman Shipley, if you have a current, there's different phases of it. Originally, some families think of having your spouse, what they will do is, and it sounds kind of inhumane, but we call it a double decker. And what they'll do is actually, you buy the space and actually it's dug deeper and at a lower, more depth, so you can actually put them together. If you have a current plot that's been purchased for the single burial, you can actually at that time change that. We don't normally like to do that because at that time everything's already been set in for a certain amount of time. But if you have cremations, you can put those cremation remains on top of another loved one or a spouse.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, and John, I think Pam had mentioned that we dig 10 foot, and so there's a little bit of room that you can put the casket in, and then a cremation remains at the head or foot. And does that sound like something
yes,
you do?
normal spots are 5 by 10 when the plot is sold, but actually when the actual coffin size is usually 4 by 6 on a standard. So you have some room. So where you see a lot of this at the cemetery, you have borders. That's why the families are allowed to do that, because actually when you buy the plot, it's actually a larger size. And that's where we usually there's also vaults that are made available that can be set in place. And later, if spouse passes away, you can actually open that grave up, open the vault, and then put the additional remains. And that could be different family members in the same plot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John, just a question. Do we have an area just for cremation area, just that maybe a family just wants cremation? Is there a certain area that you can put so many cremations in a plot?
Throughout the years, actually, our staff has done a really good job with accommodating a lot of family members in that, where the cemetery originally was laid out, had multiple walk spaces through those areas. And that's what the city's actually, the staff's been utilizing. So there is some areas in the, as you're midway in the cemetery, there is a lot of cremations. And that's what we've been utilizing. That's what's actually bought the city quite a significant amount of time, because we've actually been utilizing walkways that were established way back then. So we have that map those in now. And that's where we have on the newest section, there is those 10, but our staff has really been trying to, map that out the best that he can.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, John has 2 staff members now managing the cemetery, and Pam has traditionally managed that, but we're transferring the logistics side and tracking side over to Public Works as Pam takes on more HR. But the 3 of them do a wonderful job of trying to accommodate people in their time of need, and things happen, and like I say, we do our best to make sure that the families are accommodated, even when it's very last minute. We get calls of the family's on its way. So, thank you.
Yeah. I just want to commend Tony and his, I don't know how much staff members he has, but I'll tell you what, that cemetery looks amazing. I think they do an amazing job to keep it. I know we have an area that they're working on to clean it up, but overall, it is an amazing looking cemetery. They do an amazing job.
And John, Mayor, members of council, John, is George, what's George's last name? Uh-oh. George is new to the staff.
I can't remember his last name. He's just Alan, yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah, and that mayor, and to your point, it's actually been Tony. He has been the employee of our employee of the month multiple years for taking that on by himself. So, until recently, we added George Allen.
Mayor, I'm not exactly sure how to make the motion, but I would move to approve the emergency declaration regarding the eligibility requirements for this Grove Cemetery.
Motion second for approving the emergency declaration in regards to our cemetery and Globe. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed. Next, we have action items. And item 8A is consideration to approve the funding agreement with the Arizona Department of Housing for fiscal year 2021-2022 Community Development Block Grant in the amount of $179,878.92 for the Veterans Park Improvement Project.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, staff is requesting that we table this item. Tonight, we're still working out some details on the paperwork, and Andrea has been working very closely with us, and she is helping us work through some, I think, some of the nuances of how fast we've been moving and everything flowing. So we will bring this back to you in probably another format, but for tonight, I would ask that council table this.
Make a motion to table this item.
Second.
Motion second to table item 8A. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Pass.
Thank you. But the park's still going up.
Thank you for coming, Andrea. Next, we have our next public hearing. And public hearing and consideration to approve ordinance number 880, a text amendment to the city tax code for a proposed increase of up to 1% in sales tax excluding retail food for home consumption with a proposed effective date of August 1st, 2022. Paul.
And Mr. Mayor, members of the council, before we go to the public comments, if council's pleasure is, I would like to go through a brief PowerPoint that we have, and then open it up to, I believe, people who'd like to speak. And so, if Danny, if you can cue me up here. Okay. And so, who's got the clicker? I'm gonna take my chances here, so. Kelly's gonna click for me. So, okay. As you know, Globe is become a regional hub in southern Gila County and areas of the Copper Corridor. Globe population is 7,249, went down about 126 from the last census. Actually, we did pretty good by that, considering other cities. But travelers and visitors, we serve over 30,000 people on any given day. That's people coming through, people coming up, all the mine, people staying, travelers going to Roosevelt, and then the shoppers and the retailers and visitors from our neighboring communities. These travelers and visitors consume city services, but in exchange provide no additional revenue other than through sales tax. We have many people, even from as close to Miami, from as far away as different parts in San Carlos and wheat fields in the county. And so they come to the city and they expect, if there's a traffic accident, they need service. If there's a medical condition, they would like to, we respond. If there's something going on, activity that needs to be dealt with, and the roads. In fact, 73% of sales tax collections come from outside travelers and visitors. We ran the numbers, we looked at the data on consumer spending habits, and looking at our population, we found that for the given amount of population, the types of purchases we've done, we can only account for 27% of the sales tax being spent locally by residents of Globe. So given the amount of the remaining sales tax, it would assume that we come from those outsiders and visitors who we love and want to come to Globe, And they do come and spend time here. We're happy for that. A 1% increase, which is what council is looking at. We're at 2.3, we're going to 3.3. 1% increase would allow visitors and travelers to Globe to share in the cost of providing those services that they consume. Again, the idea in any city is that the consumers are the ones that help pay for the services. Next slide. So the city is proposing a 1 cent or 1% sales tax proposal. And so for every dollar, it'd be 1 penny. Increased city sales tax from 2.3 to 3.3. We would exempt food for home consumption from the increase. Anything that, if you were to go into a Fry's or Walmart or Safeway, the food that you shop for and take home and heat up there or consume there, that is food for home consumption. That would not be raised. But they split it up. If you go in there and there's a little counter in Safeway where you can get preheated food, and that is considered restaurant food. And so restaurants, fast food, anybody that's food for consumption is considered restaurant food. So they tax them at a different rate. I think when you look at the consumers of the grocery stores, I think that's probably a higher percentage of local residents. And so I think council in their wisdom decided that we would leave as is. Although when you go by Fry's on a Friday night and they're loading up their campers and stuff like that, there's a lot going to Lake Roosevelt. The city is pledging not to increase city property tax for the next 5 years as part of this. This is a better way to support quality municipal services by doing a sales tax, because it's really capturing the bulk of the service, the people who are consuming the services, and not putting those burdens on the property owners of the city, which is a very limited group as opposed to 30,000, 23,000 who are the visitors and travelers. The increased cost to the average Globe resident would be less than $130 per year per household, or $55 per person annually. Works out to about $11 a month per household, about $5 a month per resident. And so that would be the impact, the estimated impact to people who live here in Globe. And then you want to go next slide. And so this slide just shows some of the breakdowns. Of course, the estimates are designed for the medium income, which is $49,954. If you're 25% above that medium income, the impact is going to creep up to $153 per household. If you're below that medium income, it could be as low as $108 per household, and this kind of breaks that down for people to see. Next slide. So how do we compare to other cities and towns our size? Larger cities and towns who are border to border, they tend to have lower sales taxes and higher property taxes. If you're traveling from Apache Junction to Mesa to Tempe to Phoenix to Glendale, to Peoria, they're side by side. There's a lot of competition in that, and so sales tax tend to balance out because of the impact of the neighbors. But the property taxes are much broader and much more extensive. You think of Mesa property tax versus what we have available. Rural cities and towns tend to have higher sales tax to capture that outside revenue because of the passers through, because of the visitors that come through, and we not only have the travelers and visitors on the weekends and the people enjoying here. We have during the business week, our daytime population with mining industry workers and contractors is also very high. Some living here, some not. So we need to capture those people who are consuming our city services. All cities average about 2.75% city sales tax. Cities between 5,000 and 10,000 average about 3.2. Rural travel destinations average about 3.18. And if you want to hit the next, so, and this is, I think everybody can see that pretty good. This is just a sampling of 5 to 10,000. You have some highs and you have some lows, but you can see that they average out about 3.2%. Now we're looking at 3.02. We're looking at 3.3%. But remember that when in 2016, we put that 0.3, which is dedicated to PSPRS, and that does not go to provide any other services other than to pay down our requirements for our PSPRS retirement income for public safety. And those are important costs. It's a long story, but there are promises made to public safety, and we have a duty to fund those retirement systems and make sure that they get their due. So that 0.3 is specifically and limited to that use. So you can see in there kind of the averages. I think Sedona, a big travel location, 3.5. The Bisbee 3.5. You can see for yourself. Guadalupe and South Tucson are high. I think they have some unique situations there also. And again, size is a proportional thing. When the smaller the community, the smaller amount of property tax, the larger or the more that they capture through sales tax. And this is the beauty of municipalities in Arizona is each community is allowed to customize their tax base based on what works for that community. It's not set by the state. We have that individual power to make sure that it fits the needs of our community, and this is exactly what council is seeking to do, is to modify the taxing structure to that works best for us. Next slide.
And Paul, on that 0.3% dedicated to the unfunded liability of public safety, that has a sunset clause. Once that's paid off, that goes away.
Right. When we get within 80% of that, and we're getting towards that, we as you recall, we put $1 million down on to help pay that off, and then Hall Parker came and kind of undid it. But at least we did that, and then we've been paying about $600,000 a year each year, above and beyond what we're legally required to pay. And so it's lowering it, and we're seeing it when we go to budget, and when our percentage of additional money is coming down further and further on this. We're nearly. This year, I think we're right about 50%, but next year we're supposed to be below 50%, which means that for every the amount of money for every, well, I won't go into the PSPRS, but again, it's lowering that. Okay, so the rural travel destinations. Here we have other cities. Again, Jerome, Superior, 4%. Jerome, 3.5%. Sedona, 3.5%. You can see for yourself the different communities that are Bisbee 3.5%. These are the places, Tombstone, where you're going to go, and they have a lot of people coming, and they do. We talk about special event groups and our First Fridays and special events and all the things going on. We're bringing people in here, and that's good because it helps our business community, but it also takes services. Okay, next slide. Thank you. Benefits to businesses. Just a reminder, and this, I think there's some confusion about this. Businesses do not pay sales taxes. Businesses collect sales taxes on behalf of the city, the county, and the state. The city right now 2.3%, the county 1%, and the state of Arizona 5.6%. We are not increasing the taxes on small business, large business, any business. Businesses in Globe will benefit through enhanced municipal services such as, and we've seen this benefit already, the reduction in crime and increased fire protection. We have shown that we have made these changes, and things are going so well. Better roads and infrastructure, we're making these changes. Tourism, our marketing campaign, Go to Globe, those monies will be there to bring people to the community, which will pay back to the businesses. Shop local events such as First Friday, signature events such as Arizona Poppy Fest. We are partners in making the city prosperous, but working with our business community. These are, and one of the priorities of the city government is, we had our strategic action plan, not only infrastructure and housing, but enhanced downtown, redevelopment of downtown, so we can benefit that area, because that is our draw. That is what we're most proud of. That is what people, when you come to Globe and fall in love with Globe, you usually fall in love starting in downtown, in the way with the city. And so council has the desire to reinvest that into sidewalks, lighting, parking, those types of activities. That is important council priority, including that we have purchased Silver King and look to make a pocket park down there. That many projects we've talked about. So we see this as a partnership with the business community. Next slide. And the critical investments for the city. The City of Globe identified at least four strategic area in our strategic action plan objectives we are targeting to complete. Of course, continuation with our public safety work, although I will tell you that specifically these tax dollars will be used to pay the debt service on the funding. We're looking to USDA to fund the fire station. We bought in the property. We've gotten 110 years of good use out of the current fire station. And it's time, because of safety issues and modern standards, and separating the apparatus and the fire trucks from the living quarters of the employees, to make for a healthier, carcinogens, when small exposure over a long period of time, the career of firefighters is a problem, and we need to step up on that. We're also looking for new recreational amenities. You see the work in the park going on. The community center, the community center pool. We have so many parks, and we're trying to make sure that they all grow. That is council priority. Growth initiatives. Must work to lay the groundwork, sometimes literally the groundwork for the future. We need to be poised for the growth. I think Councilman Mariano said there's a wave coming, and we need to be ready for that. And so looking at infrastructure, looking at the Northeast Sewer Study, and getting utilities out there, preparing for the community center, and there's an enhanced desire for lifestyle events, recreation, and quality of life issues. And so if we want to be ready, there's a lot of opportunities that we're taking advantage of, but we have to be at a certain point where we're ready to receive those, and we can manage those and leverage the city tax dollars and the city spending with our partners, both private and nonprofit, and governmental. And then provide quality municipal services to both visitors, travelers, as well as our Globe residents. It is not more expensive to run a cop shop or manage streets and police and fire, but is more complex. It used to be a cop with a billy club and a basic outfitting. Is now they have vests, and they have cameras, and they have laptops, tough books, and cell phones, and bolo wraps, and non-lethal force, lethal force. The cars are very complex. The kits in the cars for fire, the need to have life-saving equipment, the ability for our public safety to defend life and save lives. We are delivering top quality, as good as you get in any part of the state, through the City of Globe. Those need to continue, and we've made these additions. We need to maintain this, but it is more. It is not as simple. It is not as the complexities is a cost, and so we want to continue to provide those both for our city residents and for the travelers and visitors that we want more of. Last slide. Today in Globe, City is now providing, let's say, high-quality core service, expanded quality of life opportunities. Residents of Globe are now embracing the benefits of quality municipal services. So we are hearing and seeing that they want more. The pool is something that everybody's embraced. The parks, the streets, and the 1% sales tax increase will ensure that we are able to maintain and improve upon gains we have achieved. We're not saying if we raise taxes, we'll do this. It's like we've done this and we will maintain this and do more with this request. Mr. Mayor, members of council, you'll go to the question slide if you want. And so, questions before we go to the public hearing. Yeah.
Yeah, I do have some
Go ahead,
comments,
Mario.
Mr. Mayor. Since I've been here a year now, it's been roughly 24 meetings I've attended and countless hours of wrestling how do we improve our city services with the resources that we have. And I always look first at what we don't have. Strategic action plan, planning and zoning, identified we don't have enough revenue stream in the area of taxing on homes. That revenue stream is stagnant. We identified that and we went after trying to attract housing in several different formats. It's by no means solved, but it is something we've addressed this year because, as Paul pointed out, a lot of smaller towns and regions use sales tax to increase their revenue, and they do everything they can to do that. We've done that. We've increased our marketing presence around the world. We've encouraged tracking of people of who do come to the region and recreate here. But we know we're stagnant in housing, and we've addressed that with possibly 4 projects to housing, which increases the chance of increasing our property tax. And that's a good thing, but we're not there yet. These 4 projects we've identified may take 2 to 4 years to come to fruition. That's reality. How do we fund what we're providing for now and into the future is one of the issues. It is why we're going after an increase in the sales tax. The one thing I've heard from my constituency is this: how are you funding all of these projects? Well, if you've been attending the meetings, reading our strategic action plan and the agendas, a lot of that funding is from federal coffers, state grants, and our partners in various sectors of this economy. It has not been done from solely one point of view, from several different funding streams. It's important to remember that. We're leveraging our general fund into the future. We're not buying or maintaining everything through the general fund. We're taking advantage of the opportunities that the federal grants have afforded us. And our department heads say 2 things all the time. We are serving an entire region, and we embrace that concept and we build our budgets accordingly. I was kind of against that concept starting last year. So my planning and career have shown me that it's better to approach things on a regional basis. And usually in a region, there's a leader. And in this case, without bragging, but pointing to it simply as for what it is, the City of Globe is a leader in this region. And our department heads have gone after the grants. Our city manager have gone after the grants wherever they are available to achieve the elements of our strategic plan. I'm very pleased to say that. The sales tax will enable us to fight back some danger that I see out there. The state legislature has dinged us once already. And Paul, I can never remember the revenue stream that's in danger at this point, where we could lose $30,000 or $25,000.
They were going to reduce, in reducing sales tax on their side, it would reduce our state shared taxes. And so it had a secondary effect.
So the danger is still potentially there. The danger is we may lose some money and we may have to cut something. I don't know what it is. I don't want to be the one, and I mean, we may have to be the ones that cut a position in the next year and a half. So you ask me, what are the dangers and what are the pluses of going after a sales tax? It helps us to avoid that moment when we do have to make that decision. Which position do we cut? Or which sets of equipment do we shut down? It can be a police car, a new brush truck, a section of town that we're trying to put in a new sewer line or water line. It's a supplement to what we're doing right now. It's a supplement to the projects that through federal and other funding that we're getting, that we want to continue providing services
and taking some of these projects from the past, from the back burner, into play now. And so the reason I'm passionate about going after passage of this sales tax is that it's the supplement we need right now to guarantee moving into the future. There are things we could shut down right now and not ask for this. Let's not put this project there. Let's not do this project there. But I think we lose something if we do that. We have to be progressive. If this is an opportunity to bring a dollar into the community, where 73%, I guess, is the number I'm looking at, of it is paid by outside sources, and the people of the city of Globe only have to come up with 27% in a year's time, and all the other formulas that you want to use. And I say, let's do that, and let's continue to be a leader in the region, a leader in providing services across the gamut of services, public services that we provide. We don't have to do that. And I'm sure we'll try to make a decision that is fair and equitable. But I fear the future if we don't have additional revenue from dedicated revenue streams. We're doing all we can to have new housing in the area. We're encouraging that. We may see that in a few years. All this takes time. The gap that I see is if we don't do this, then some of these projects will have to be downsized. I don't know which ones they are, and I'm not a magician about that, but I do know that gives us a level of comfort that we can move forward, possibly through other grants, add even additional amenities to this region. We all love to, and I'll say this, I'm one of them. I have grandkids in the valley. I love to go visit them. I love the amenities of the East Valley. And I feel a little guilty sometimes because there are such great communities down there. We have the potential to be just as great as them. If we just bite the bullet a little longer, let's improve this community. Let's provide the future that I think we deserve to have. And this is one of the things that actually is going to be funded by outside sources. And we thank all of the partners that we have since as long as I've been here that have jumped in with the city's leadership and helped us to approach several different projects and head to completion of those projects. So it's a community and region-wide effort. And I hope we get to continue with that, Mr. Mayor. That's all I have, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Any questions, or I leave the option open. If you want to reserve your comments for after the public hearing, that's also an option.
Can I just share something real quick? I talk to people all the time, and they tell me, "Oh, our property taxes have gone up," and I don't correct them because it doesn't really matter. But with the city of Globe, if property values go up, right? So a house that a year and a half ago was worth $140,000 today is selling for almost $100,000 more than that, right? So you would think that we are making more money on property taxes, right? Because the values went up. But what happens is we have to comply with what they call truth in taxation. So that means if the property values go up and we do not adjust the amount of property tax that the city is charging, we have to say that we are raising taxes. And we haven't done that. So what we've done is we've taken what you paid last year, and then we look at the evaluation, the assessment of your property, and then we lower the percentage so that we stay pretty much where we were before. So we have not raised property taxes from the city of Globe. And so, and we could do that. And I guess it would be fair because property values have gone up. But by doing that, only the people who reside within the city limits are the ones that are paying that tax. And yes, we are paying it. All of us that would buy anything in the Globe area would pay a slightly higher amount. But so does everybody else who comes through Globe that buys things here. They contribute to that tax base. So we feel like if we're going to have to do it, this is probably the smarter way to do it. And so we did exempt food because, I mean, you got to buy food even if you don't have money. And so we didn't want to raise taxes on food. Restaurants are slightly different, but
that was the logic. So, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Reserve my comments for after.
So we'll, open the public hearing and listen to public comment then. We'll open the, public hearing. So, well, it is.
So, we just opened it, correct? Yes.
So we open it up now to, any comments from the public. If you could come up, state your name and your residence, please.
I'm Debbie Yurkovich, 427 North Willow. Can I ask you some questions just so you can educate me a little bit more? You had talked about when we get to the 80% that it'll adjust down. How far, like, are we even remotely close or years away?
Yeah, no, like I say, I think we're down about 2 million, about 8 million left to go. Because it's a moving target, but, I haven't looked at the numbers recently, but we're looking, I would safely say that the exit point is 18 years from now. But, and I believe that's with our payments.
Okay, sorry. And so you're talking about a full 1%, not up to, just a full straight 1%.
Well, the council has proposed a 1%. Okay.
Can that be possibly split?
Do you say split?
Yeah, like this year 0.5, next year 0.5.
It would be, so council can, based on the publications and the notification, council could not pass over 1%. They could pass under 1%, but they would not be able to split. It would have to go through the whole notification process, the same thing over again. We'd be back, with the 2-month posting. You just have to start over, and it would also be tough on the merchants who get, the one you like say, well, while you're not paying it, you're collecting it, and every time the rate changes, it takes about 2 months before everybody gets the memo from that to change your cash register or whatever you have to do with your your technology, how you rank that. So I believe, doing trying to split it and do half now and half in 6 months or something like that would be chaos.
Well, the other question I have, if you didn't pass the 1%, does that compromise the city building or getting the loan for the fire station?
We would have to find some other source to fund that. We're looking at between about about $5 to $6 million borrowing at a very low interest rate, but the debt service on that about $24,000 a month, maybe a little bit more. But with construction, I'm not sure. Hopefully, the prices will come down in construction once the everything kind of shakes out. But we would have to find. We originally had looked at doing property tax only to fund the construction, but you were looking at a 40% increase in property taxes, and everybody's like, oh my gosh, that is not going to fly. And so now you have a smaller burden on the residents, because property tax is residents only in Globe. You have a smaller burden on the residents in Globe, and the residents in Globe are getting their money leveraged. For every dollar they spend in additional taxes, they're getting 3 put into the coffers of the city to benefit them. And I would love to be able to spend the 25 cents and get $1 in value. So this is what that does. Now, for the people who are visiting here and traveling through, it is the fact that we have put together a dense location of activity that is why businesses come here. They don't open up halfway between here and Tucson because you're not going to get the traffic. And we have to maintain that density and that quality of that density. We have this hub that we need to keep sparkling and showing, so people will come and spend more money. And now, the cycle is, everybody comes, we would use the tax dollars, we encourage that, we get more people here, and we have that growth. This will help us provide services that are safe and good for the community, and help us provide that growth I know I'm kind of going on, and I'm playing at the blue flag here or anything in a second. Somebody asked me today, I was talking to somebody, and they said, well, what about housing? Like this, how does this do on housing? And not talking about taxing housing, but our goal is to get someone, and we have people out there that want to come to Globe and that think they can actually make a profit on building a house, a spec house in Globe. Not waiting for 50% down. I'm going to flatten land, I'm going to put in streets, and I'm going to sell housing, and that there's enough people in Globe and enough value and enough activity that someone would pay to have this brand new house. Once we get that first person that opens and sells spec homes, then we're going to see the Globe become what it could be. And by having those amenities, by having the vibrant downtown, the new asphalt, the bridges that we're putting in, the pool back up and running, and the amenities, and when you do fall in love with Globe, you're falling with a little bit shinier object and something that's a little bit more, what people expect, and that will be that driver that says, I want to buy a house here, and the demand will be there, and people will build, and then we'll finally have that type of community cycle that others have and we wish for. I'm sorry.
Just wish it wasn't this year.
We've
I'm sure
been
everybody's
working,
feeling that same way.
We've been working on this for a year, and who would have thunk, that all these things would be going on.
I know John has talked about how just the price of chicken has.
I know, but it can't go on forever. That's what also, at some point it's gotta stabilize. But I'll tell you, we're not saying give us money and we can do it. We're doing it now. We just got to maintain it, and that's what council wants to do.
Okay. And where do you get the 30,000 people that drive through every day? Because I think I'm like 100 drives.
They're about about 32 just on. They're about 32,000 just traveling on the highway. I took the population from the county, Wheatfields, a little bit, about half of San Carlos. I'd have to look at my records, but we pulled from all the people coming in and some of the traffic. The police chief thinks it's higher. I went conservative. How many do you think it is? You can get the police chief up, but go up there and explain what you. I lowballed it.
You have to make a pack. It's a great. Still gets little balloons.
It'll be costing a little more now.
Blackball.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. So when you look at this, what we're looking at, we're talking about service population. And what got me looking at this to begin with, there was a nasty article out on Globe 2 years ago concerning we were the highest crime rate small town in the state. And if you look at how we capture numbers, yeah, and I can manipulate numbers just as well as anybody else can. So if you look at crime rate, it's based off population. But when you start really examining what that population looks like and what that service population becomes, that really gives you a clearer idea of what it is. There's a reason that you can walk at downtown Globe and you feel safe, because it is safe. But if you look at the crime rate based off our population, it looks bad. But if you break it down to our service population, because you have to understand, for 85 miles in any direction, on average, we are the central retail hub of the area. We're also a pass-through area for Roosevelt, the White Mountains, New Mexico, Safford, and things like that. So if you look at regionally, just regionally, that's in the greater Cobra Valley area, the service population is about 28,000 to 32,000. If you look at those little flashy signs that flash at you, how many people have driven by my signs and they flash at you? The speed signs.
Not me.
That means slow down. But what you don't know is that those signs do another thing. They capture statistics and how many people pass through. So there's one sign on Broad Street on 60 there that in 1 month, just eastbound traffic in 1 month, correct me if I'm wrong, Commander, it was over 100,000 vehicles that went through there. That's incredible. That's in 1 month. That's in one direction. So the amount of service population that we have up here, and if you break it out to actual numbers, our crime rate makes sense based off the numbers. So that's what you're dealing with, and that's what you're servicing. The problem is in a small town like this, it requires us to have more police officers. It requires us to have more firefighters and things like that. So like in the town of Page, Arizona, there's only 6,000 residents. I used to be a deputy up there, but they had 30-some officers. The reason why is because in the summertime, they had tens of thousands, 100,000 people up there because of the tourism. Well, we're that way year round. It gets a little higher in the summertime, but we're about that way year round, where we have all those extra people going through our city. And so it requires more to be able to manage that. The burden on just the public safety aspects, both fire and police, is much greater than what the population examines. The requirements by public works or the hospital or anything else, it requires more. So you have to look at it realistically of what's out there. Historically, what happens is most of this gets funded through property tax, but the reality of it is we don't want to burden all of the residents of Globe with funding the services that we provide to the pass-through community. So how else can you do this? And this is the only real answer to that question. So that's why it's there. Question?
What's the count? He said 30, you said 100.
No, driving down 60, going through our community. Huh?
How many stop and buy a stick of gum or?
I would say quite a few because of the simple
We
distance.
have a store out on the highway, and believe you me, we don't get, we get nothing like that.
You get a ton of people going through here all the time. And if only 40% of them stop, that's 40% more than what we have in population here. And the fact that they didn't stop at your store doesn't mean they didn't stop at the store before. I'm not sure which store yours is, but there's a number of places to go along the way. I would have never thought that Dairy Queen, even though it's one of my favorites, would have the amount of traffic it does as opposed to some of the other fast food joints right there, but they do.
A lot of these people are going through, they're just driving through, they're going to a destination they have to go.
And Mayor, we should ask her up.
Ma'am, yeah, can we wait till you come up for your comments? Because if you're talking without a mic, the people on YouTube can't hear. Yeah, so we'll give you the opportunity to come up and speak, okay?
Remember all these things, believe me.
So just for clarification on the pass-through, that's the traffic. Take the traffic out of it. Don't even talk about the stuff going through from the traffic aspects of it. Look at the population in the surrounding area. Look at San Carlos. They do all their shopping and baking here. Look at wheat fields. Look at the surrounding area in Claypool, Central Heights, the canyons and stuff like that. If you just look at that, you're looking at a minimum of about 28,000 total. So that's the reality of what we're dealing with. And then on top of that, then you can start adding in the pass-through traffic, the transient workforce that we get up at the mines, depending on what the mines are doing, and things like that. All these things have to be taken into consideration because every one of these things, every one of these people are going to require some type of service at some point in time. It impacts our crime rate, it impacts our health and medical, it impacts our hospitals, it impacts all of those things. So we have to make sure that we keep that in perspective when we're doing it.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, just a quick data point that confirms this. If you go on Indeed, you'll see that Cal Ranch, which is a store, is advertising for a manager and assistant manager. They intend to open up in the old Safeway building. Their requirement, they will not open a building, they won't make that investment unless they believe confidently that they're going to get 30,000 plus people drawn to that. So they believe the service area that they're going to service 30,000 people, which matches that number that we're using as 30,000 population of service requirements. So, Dale, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. And I saw you said that you estimate like 23%.
Yes.
23%, say that again?
Yeah. So 27%. So what I did was I went to the National Consumer Index and found out the breakdown of an average household nationally on what they spend their money on, and it breaks it down by restaurant and gas and rent and all this stuff. And so I took that and divvied that up between our tax categories as to where they fit into our tax categories, and came up with a number. Then I reduced that down to the median, so it's 89,000, I think, nationally. Our median population or wage home income is about 49 something, and so projected that out. And so based on what an average home of 49,000 income would spend in the categories that qualify under our sales tax, I could compute a number of what is projected by the federal government that they would consume. Then I take that consumption number and apply that to our tax rate. And so now we know how much they would be spending in taxes at 2.3, and then add that in the 1%. You can tell. But so I came up with a number, and I can't remember what it is, of what projecting the average home would spend, and you subtract that from what we take in, and it's 73% more than what I have. If we were only collecting taxes from people who live in Globe, we would only be collecting 23% of what we actually bring in, but we're bringing in 73% more. So that has to come from the outsider. That has to come from the visitor, the traveler, people who don't have a home in Globe.
It does seem like we have more customers
Oh,
that
yeah.
are from Globe, so we appreciate all of you that shop local.
Well, we're just happy that, you guys everybody's open and you can come get a good meal and enjoy the downtown and First Friday, and it's just, it's hip to be in downtown Globe now.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you, David.
Any other public comments?
The lady.
Amanda Haas, 1010 Sanders Drive. So my issue is this: I don't believe that so many people that are outsiders are going to be paying the sales tax. And I do the sales tax reports for Tim's business. So I know it's not that hard to do, to break it up into a 0.5% instead of a full percent. And I think that the way times are right now, that would be a more reasonable request. I think that your timing is awful. So with everything else going up, I think that there could be a compromise, and I think that the half-cent rather than the full percent would be meeting halfways. So what a lot of people don't understand is we don't have people coming from out of town to buy cars. We have a lot of people that even go down to the valley to buy cars rather than shop local. Tim's bought 2 service trucks from McSpadden, and he's talking to Kevin at Horn for a 3rd one. So that's going to be a huge tax input on Tim. If we're talking a $60,000 truck or a $70,000 backhoe that we're looking at buying locally, that's $6,000 at 8.6%. At 9.6%, we're not going to shop here. There's no way. We can't afford it. So then what a lot of people don't understand as well is that we have to charge a construction tax. And say you want to move water lines, or you have to get a new septic system put in. You can't put it over your existing one, so it's not a repair. It's a whole new system. You have to be charged a construction tax on that. Instead of 8.6% on a $10,000 to $15,000 system, at least that's what the systems were. Now they're probably double that. You're looking at 9.6% on that, a construction tax? So you take 65% of, say, 10,000, and that's what we tax people on. And that's what we have to turn into the state. The city gets their part and the state gets their part. I just think that, like all of us, we have to budget ourselves right now, and so should the city. If it means that projects have to wait, then they have to wait. It's just that simple. Until you said it yourself, Paul, things will look better later, but right now they don't. So why are you taxing us so much more right now? Right now, when it's the worst that it's been for fuel and for food. I mean, my God, this is awful. Housing, it's ridiculous. And now you want to put more of a burden on us? This isn't something that's going to be picked up by outsiders. This is something that's going to be picked up by us locally. So you think that people are going to shop here? They're going to go to the valley and get their food. They're going to go to the valley and get their non-food stuff, I should say. So there's nothing wrong with going to Costco and picking everything up, going to Home Depot and picking up all our lumber there, water heaters, whatever needs to be bought.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, if you don't mind if I reply, I would tell you that one thing we've seen, and I'm follow governments, and leakage is the term for when you need to take a trip to Costco or Home Depot, then you stop everywhere and buy all that stuff down there. While I'm down here, I'll hit Walgreens and do all your shopping in that little area and come back. That is our biggest hit on us. We want people to buy local and shop local. And I thought nothing could change that, but the pandemic has. The pandemic has made people more, forced them to a point to want to shop local and be involved here. And I think we've hedged back on that leakage, and people are trying to buy here. Plus, they're buying online too, which we get a portion on that. They have to pay taxes on that also. I don't think that again, I think people are going to shop for the best value, but I do believe that this is manageable. We are right now at 1/3 of the cities out there in our tax rate. 2/3 of the cities charge more. Superior charges 4. We're just going to 3 for us. I think that we would become equity or parity with other cities, and so then you kind of have a wash. Do I want to drive down there?
See, I looked that up. In Apache Junction and Santan do charge more,
Yeah.
but Mesa, Tempe,
Right.
and Phoenix charge less. So, and there were several municipalities that were going down in taxes.
Yeah.
I saw that also.
Oh yeah, because
So-
they're doing they're doing well and they're able to do that, but they have the growth.
Well, you have a brush
Municipalities.
truck. You just bought a brush truck.
Yes.
That's a Type 3 brush truck.
Yes.
You can bring up to $2,500 a day when you go out on a, 21 days, 14 days? So you could make up to $400,000 in a season.
Yeah, that's what the fire chief keeps telling us.
And that's not,
But
that's
I-
not including personnel. That's
Yeah.
just your equipment, your truck.
I
So
guarantee
that's
you.
a hefty amount of revenue coming in. So-
Well, and we hope that it would cover the cost of that
Oh, it
truck.
covers the 30,000 that you might be
Yeah.
losing from the state,
Yeah.
correct?
But what we're doing is we hope that revenue that it may generate will help will cover that cost, and we'll put that towards that. But we still are facing a 110-year-old fire station that we need to cover, and other things that we're growing and we need to maintain that. But I really appreciate your comments.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sandra Jameson, 8085 East Remington Road. We have a store out on the highway, and, I just am appalled, I guess. We've got a bunch of deep pockets, but short arms. I mean, we just cannot go forward spending money like this. I mean, everybody's having to tighten their belts and try to get by and make changes, but all I hear is just money going out, money going out. And we were real estate developers in Illinois, and I know about spending money, but when times get like this is an emergency. This is crazy. The money I hear going out and all the swimming pool, a swimming pool's not very expensive, but I think it's been a long time that the council's been talking about putting in a swimming pool or repairing the one we have. And that's just small potatoes, but some of the debt that you have, and buying new fire trucks like that, using that COVID money to do that.
What money, I'm sorry?
Wasn't that COVID money used to buy a new fire truck?
That was city. No, it was not.
Sorry?
It was city fund balance. It was from our fund balance money that
There
we
were
have
two
saved up.
trucks purchased, right?
No, there's just one.
2 fire trucks?
Gary, is there something I don't know?
I'm not
Yeah.
sure, and
Yeah,
this may
no,
be
they're-
stupid,
we
but
did-
I'm not sure that fire truck will even, does it fit in the bay? One of the bays?
That fire truck will fit in one of the bays.
It was sitting there this morning, or today when I was out there, and
Just
it was an optical illusion, I guess, but anyway, okay.
got brought in today.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw it. But I have just a general statement that I think it's just crazy to spend this kind of money when people can't buy food. People are starving. And I don't know, there's just so many things that have been said that I could have added comments all along, but I didn't take notes or anything. But I just have to tell you, I think it's appalling. The kind of, and like I said, we were real estate developers. We had a subdivision of 66 lots. And you're talking about bringing in housing and stuff. That's a huge undertaking. Bringing in a subdivision, developing a subdivision.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. You know,
Yeah.
you've done it.
No, we're trying
Oh,
to do it.
you're trying to make a name for yourself is what you're trying to do.
I'm
You're
trying
like
to-
a prosecuting attorney trying to make a name for yourself. Spending our money, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And you waited until the last hour. I mean, this is ridiculous to keep everybody waiting this long to get up and make a comment about 1%.
Good evening, Kimberly Peppin, 5900 Main Street. I'm really opposed to this 1%. You know, right now we're going through a real recession, or we're looking at a possible recession. You know, our economy is at its worst in 40 years. You know, and, you know, food is higher than ever. You know, I have 2 kids. I've got 5 kids. I've got 2 still at home. And it's hard for me to put food on the table to feed my 2 kids that are home still. I'm a single parent. And I just recently had a heart attack. And I can't work right now. And I brought myself here because it's hard for me to just put food on the table for my kids. And to think about, you know, having to pay more at the store, you know, when it used to be able to go get a chicken, a whole chicken, for like $5, $6. They're now $16. You know, I used to be able to get chicken nuggets at the grocery store. And I know we're not talking about taxing food, but you used to be able to get chicken nuggets for like $6, $7 for a bag of chicken nuggets. They're $18 for a bag of chicken nuggets to feed my kid. My kid can't even have chicken nuggets now. I can't afford it. And you want to put 1%. Okay, you say 1%, $5 a kid. That's $5 a month. Well, $5 adds up when you're low, when you don't have a lot of money, when you can't go to work because you're sick, or when you don't have a lot of money. Or let's look at the elderly people. There's people that are on a budget. They can't afford it. And you want to add that extra money. I understand you want the things that you want, but I guarantee you, the recession we had in 2009 is coming again. And it's going to be worse. And we all need to be prepared for it. And we need to slow down our spending because it's going to hit hard. And we all need to be prepared. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, just a reminder, she was correct that food for home consumption will not be increased. That'll remain the same. And one of the things that we do fund is Active Adult Center. We have Meals on Wheels and the congregate meals and those that we have reduced price meals for seniors that this will help.
Thank you, Council. Mayor, I got to say, though, I do wish you were wearing a green shirt, though. You know why.
Oh, yeah.
You,
Yeah.
Mayor.
You know where that'd go.
He's a graduate from Miami High School, by the way. He's a bandit.
He's a bandit.
Well, thank you for all your comments. I appreciate your PowerPoint. It was very good. It answered a lot of my questions. I'm going to make this quick because we've all been here almost 3 hours, and I haven't had supper either, by the way. And so I appreciate all the work that you're doing. You do a fantastic job. and you're trying to keep the city together on some very low funds. I understand that. And the city taxes that we pay here, as far as the 1%, I understand is lower than most communities that we have here in the state. Councilman Gonzalez was spot on when he talked about all the amenities that are going on down the Gilbert area, because I have two sons down there, and it's fabulous. I mean, I'm thinking, good night. How do they come up with the kind of funding to be able to provide this? Of course, it's numbers. We all know it's supply and demand, and so they're capable of being able to do that. Councilman Shipley, talked about the cost of housing, and taxes haven't gone up hardly at all, considering the price of the valuation of housing today. And some of the valuations has gone up 100%. You buy a $300,000 home, those houses are going for at least $600,000, and those types of things. But we got to remember something when we start thinking those kinds of things. And the majority of us in the city of Globe, we live in our homes. We're not here to try to flip it and make $300,000-$400,000 and then move on. We're here permanently. And so we need to remember to keep those valuations down to what it should be 2 years ago, not to what it is today. So those are extremely important points that we need to remember. A couple of real quick things here. Receipts. And this is the evidence right here. Okay. Bell's Outlet, city limits, of course. We have an 8.9% sales tax on the state. We only have a 2.3% sales tax on the city. That brings us out to 11.2% sales tax.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, the total combined sales tax is 8.9. The state is 5.6, and the county is 1%, and then right now 2.3, which adds up to the 8.9. But the statewide 5.6%.
So that's how they total that out. So the county gets their share too.
Yeah, they get. Yeah,
is that what you're saying? Okay.
1 cent.
Okay. So all I can do is give you what it says on here. It doesn't say anything about county.
I'd be happy to take a look at that later. So.
Walmart's the same way. It totals up to 8.9%, which here again is only 2.3% for the city. And I think you're doing an excellent job on that. All I want to do is just to provide a word of caution for everyone when we start thinking about 1% doesn't seem like much, but just for an example, Dollar Tree, they were $1. Then all of a sudden they went up a quarter. That's a 25% jump, just like that. Now, if I want to go buy something for $1,000, all of a sudden it just jumped up to $1,250. And I hear people tell me it's only a quarter. Come on, and it is. It's only a quarter. But when you put things in proper perspective, when we see things increase that quick and that dramatic, $1.25 is nothing. But we have to put things into perspective. The cost of living has gone up how much? I don't want to talk about who we have sitting in D.C. right now. But they but if you listen to the news, you'll see that they say 8.5% cost of living has gone up. That's not true. I get 2 professional investment papers continuously, bi-weekly, and these are investors that used to work on Wall Street, that used to be a part of the Federal Reserve, and I can go on and on and on. And they say that's not true. The DC is lying to us, and they can show you the tally of the numbers and everything. The cost of living right now is closer to 12%, not the 8.5% that DC has to say. We also need to keep in mind that approximately 73% of Americans across this nation only have less than $5,000 in a savings and checking account. Less than $5,000. That's their emergency supply. 73%. 61% live from paycheck to paycheck. And we all know the cost of living. We all know what's going on right now. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy what's happened to us. Have you ever totaled up your total taxes that you pay? I'm talking about the federal, the state, the county, the city. For me, I don't know if any of you are the same as I am, but it totals up to 50% of what I make. 50%. That's a lot of taxes I pay. That's not even including the sales tax. So I understand the situation that the city's in. I think you're doing a great job, and I have confidence that you will continue to do that kind of a job. And you'll be very frugal with the monies that you bring in the coffers. One other thing, When it comes to counting the highway traffic out here, you need to come over and count the road traffic in my neighborhood. We got 6 houses on each side of my street. The last 4 they make at least 4 trips a day from each one of those houses. 4 trips a day, up the street and down the street, up the street and down the street. That totals up to 32 trips a day just on my street alone. So I think what we're seeing here in town, we're also seeing a lot of local traffic back and forth constantly. When I worked at the power company, when I was in my power truck, keeping the lights on here for APS, or for the City Globe, I made lots of trips back and forth on this highway. So my traffic got counted a lot also. I also think that the through traffic, as you talked about earlier, has more than tripled. I mean, I get out here on the road sometimes and I can't even hardly get off a side street onto the highway because it's so packed. So I know that's got to be bringing in a tremendous amount of revenue. 1% is fine. I don't have a problem with that, but I don't know what's going to do to the businesses. And you said it's only going to have an effect upon specific things. And I'm not sure yet if I understood totally about the food items. Is that going to be a 1% also increase on the fast food and also the downtown restaurants?
Yeah, no, any type of restaurant, food for consumption on site or hot food would fall into the restaurant, and that would be 1%. But food for home consumption, everything you do in the grocery store, would be only the 2.3%.
Okay.
And so the taxes on everything that you buy to take home with you from Fry's, Walmart, Safeway, that will not change.
I don't know how that's going to affect the local business or not, but I think that made my point. I'm going to quit. I appreciate every one of you. Thank you very much, and I'm sure we'll be in good hands here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll wear that green shirt next time.
There you go.
Bonnie Stedman, 126 East Haskins Road. I look at this as how it's going to affect the people. My mother is, and I have very many older sisters who are over 70. They live on a fixed income. They're not making it right now. A 1% tax. You know, you were talking about there's homeless people right now because they've lost their houses. They can't afford to keep their house anymore. These elderly people that are forced out of their houses because they can't pay their bills. We talked about people who are elderly who are going without utilities because they can't afford to pay their utilities. But yet my town wants to raise the tax at this time. And, you know, I'm tired of people claiming, don't tell me any more about COVID, you know? Quit blaming COVID. Let's look at what's happening and what's before us. And I know that taxes pays for our roads, and don't get me started about your roads and the way you guys are doing the roads. Don't. I hope you guys have some meetings on that. But I'm looking at, you saw me get up, I'm young. I'm not even 58 yet. I can't collect retirement, but at this time, I'm not able to work. If I have 2 quarters at the end of the year, at the end of the week to rub together, wow. I can tell you I don't have it, okay? The 1% tax, I can't go to the food bank and get food to eat because I take special food to eat. Food bank gives me pastas. They give me starches. Can't eat that. So anybody who's got heart problems, diabetes and stuff like that, they can't go to food bank, you know. And it upset me that you said that they've got Wheels on Meals. That food, I'll never be able to eat that food. They feed foods that cannot be consumed by me. Okay? So those are things you probably don't think about. But these are things that I have to think about. I could go, once in a while, they have 5-pound bag of potato for $1.99. Can't eat potatoes. So I can't take advantage of $1.99 low-cost food. Do you see what I'm seeing? These are commodities Commodities, I did studying on it. Commodities are foods that were created back in the Depression of the World War II for people, and they came up with foods that would help fatten them up and keep them going type things. Well, those foods are causing serious damage to our system. I can't eat them. I'm not going to eat them. I don't want to die younger than I probably am going to die anyway. So don't tell me, or it harms me to hear you say something like, we have Meals on Wheels. My mom can't eat Meals on Wheels, and she's going to be 90 years old. She can't afford to go buy groceries. Partly. It's like that one lady was saying, you've got chickens that used to be 5-something, now they're 18. Or not, not the chickens that you go buy in the store or whatever, Yeah. I don't use processed foods, so I think she was talking about processed food, but still, chicken, hamburger, everything's gone up. So who is all this hitting? It's hitting the people. When is it going to stop to where we quit hitting the people so hard? People are struggling in America right now. You guys, you are my officials here. I'm looking to you and saying, let this set aside. Are there things that we can set aside for a time? Can we let this tax go for a time? We all know that everything's gone up. Let's look at the people that are suffering out on the street. Why are they homeless? Have they been pushed out of their house because they don't have any electricities? They can't afford food? We don't know their stories. But I know that I have struggled. If you were to raise my taxes right now, and I hope that you guys don't go from not getting this 1% and passing it to raising the property tax, because if my taxes on my houses go up anymore, I won't be able to pay it at the end of the year. This last year was very, very hard to get my taxes paid. But if it goes up anymore, what do I do? Am I going to close up my house and live on the street, live in my car, go live with my mom? I know of families that have lost their housing because of the market. Everybody wants to raise everything because, like Amanda said, her business. Do you think that they're not going to have to raise their price to get things done? And who's that going to affect? That's going to affect us, the people. I'm not going to be able to afford those services anyway. I can't do it. But anybody. We as Americans are struggling so bad right now with no end in sight. My house is probably not worth $30,000. I look at it because it needs a lot of repairs, but they estimated that it's a $70,000 house. A house in my neighborhood sold for over $259,000, $79,000 or something like that. Wow, that house. We all know there's houses in this town that they're not worth it. They're falling down, broken down. And someone said, well, Bonnie, why don't you sell your house? Then you'll be able to afford to buy a car, because I need a car right now. Well, then where will I live? We are living in a community where our people are going to the streets. Look at the homeless that we got, supposedly. I don't know for sure if they're homeless, but we've got so much panhandling going on. Claiming that they're poor. I don't know if they're poor for sure, but they're claiming it. They're desperate for money. They need a helping hand. I'm begging you guys, please think about the people of this community, that a 1% is going to push them over. And I know you're saying, what was it, how much percentage is going to be paid for another
For every
out-of-town
dollar
people?
that a resident would pay, they will collect $3 additional from people who aren't residents. So you'll leverage that. So for every dollar you pay.
And I think that's fantastic planning in a economy that is good, where the people can contribute more. But the truth of the matter is, this is an American problem. We have this huge problem. I came today because this is where I can change things. This is where I can look at you guys, and I know you guys, and I can beg you, please don't do this to the local people. Not now. That's all I'm asking. And I hope, and I know I'm speaking for, I take care of the elderly. You know, that was my job for 35 years. I know that they can't afford not even another 1% on taxes because they're struggling already. So please, please, just table it. I hate to think of any project not making it, but maybe that's what needs to be done. And I'll stop.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public?
Jesse Bryant, 1775 North Broad. I want to thank everybody who came up here and spoke because they saved me so many words. And I'm very glad that you did come and speak tonight. That's what's supposed to happen. And I'm very sorry there's not a lot more people here tonight to speak on this, because if you talk to them on the street, undoubtedly they have strong feelings about this, but they're not here tonight to express those. And that's unfortunate. There's so much, as the city manager says, they've been preparing this for a year. So how do we stand here tonight and argue with a year's worth of development of rationalizations and half-truths? I mean, my goodness, where do we even start? But I'm going to do what I can here in a couple of minutes. For one thing, we keep hearing about what Globe can be, what Globe can be. I was born here. I think maybe one or two of you were born here. My mother was born here. I like what Globe is. This is my home. This is a place of my ancestors. This is what it is. We're a rural community. We don't want to be an ex-urban community. We don't want to be Payson. We don't need to be a mini Chandler. We don't need that. The people who are natives here, or people who are rural folk that have assimilated to rural life, I believe would agree that we don't need that. We can't spend our way to prosperity. Tax is a burden. It's a burden we as a community accept to create essential services that individuals cannot effectively perform themselves. Police, fire, water, sewer, streets. Well, it doesn't stop there. And when we want to do something we know is not going to be popular, we go, oh, the children, oh, the children, oh, the firefighters, oh, the streets. We're not just talking about that, are we? The reason we're having this conversation tonight is because spending is out of control in this city. The growing this government is just, we've lost population. I remember when the population of the globe was over 8,000. Now we're under 8,000. We are not growing enough economically. We're not growing a population yet. The exponential rate of growth of our city government is just mind-boggling. So the reason we're having this conversation is because we have a group of people that want to keep growing government. Oh yeah, well, this would be cool. Yeah, this town has one of these. We should have one too. No, I remember my friend's kids. It's really funny. Kids are such a great little example of human nature. And when one does something they shouldn't, his argument is, well, my sister did it too, and that makes it okay. In a child's mind, that makes it okay. We're supposed to be rational, reasonable adults, because Superior does it, because Stafford does it, wherever has done it. That doesn't make it okay. Just because everybody else is doing it doesn't make it okay. I'm going to stop now, but again, how do you combat a year's worth of rationalizations and half-truths? You're going to do this anyway. We all know you're going to do it anyway. Well, I do want to say one more thing, though. This is an economic truth. Government does not create prosperity. Government does not create wealth. It can create poverty. Government can create an environment that allows individuals to create wealth and prosperity, and then it benefits from that cycling. But every time you take 1 red cent out of the economy, you're reducing that wealth. You're reducing your own ability to create more, to collect more revenue. You're actually shooting yourself in the foot by taking more money out of an already desperate economy. Just would like for you to consider those things. Yeah, so many more things to be said, but think about that. We can't tax our way into prosperity. You can reduce taxes and hopefully stimulate some prosperity, but there's global forces at work here that little old city globe is not going to fix, and more than likely going to be crushed by it. I do want to tell you, I work in the air conditioning industry, as you guys probably know, and I want to tell you, 2 years ago, I love to give this an example as the inflation that is being artificially created by these global forces because they benefit from it, not us. It's sort of an artificial tax to make these wealthy global corporations wealthier. And a jug of refrigerant, I give this example here, a jug of refrigerant. 2 years ago, 25-pound jug of refrigerant to make your air conditioner stay cold cost about $125, my cost, wholesale. That's including sales tax. Now, $500. 2 years later, $500. It's quadrupled. That's the inflation we're dealing with. You can't control that. I can't control that. These people can't control that. What you do have control over is not stomping on the necks of these poor people out here. Yes, 3 to 1, we get it, but that 3 does not offset the 1. That 3 is not going to stop the 1 from having to pay taxes. You say 25% of the sales tax will only be harvested from the people here, but that's 100% of the people here that's going to be paying that tax. And these people here can't do that. I can't do that. I have lived in abject poverty for most of my adult life. And only now, through the encouragement of some people in this room, I finally got my own contractor's license and am starting to see a glimmer of light. I'm one of those people right now that I have more money in the bank than I have had in memory. And you know how much that is? Less than $3,000. You're not going to tax the city's self into prosperity, and you're going to tax me right out of it, right when I'm just barely beginning to be born as a local businessman and perhaps contributing to the wealth of this community. Think about that. You can create poverty, but you cannot create wealth.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public? Do we have comments online?
Yes, we do have a few.
Mr. Mayor, Council, this comment was submitted by Lisa Brazil. I am unable to physically be present tonight. However, I need to voice my opinion on the proposed tax increase. If past history is an indicator of future actions, then I know you all came to this meeting to approve the proposed tax increase and be damned what the public wants. This process is not for public input, but only a charade to comply with the law. That being said, the paid and elected leaders of Globe seem to have forgotten that they are civil servants, which means you are supposed to serve your community. Regarding your desire to raise taxes, if you did not allow prime buildings on Broad Street to be used as warehouses, you would have additional tax revenue. If you did not believe that economic development was program services for substance abuse, severely mentally ill, etc., you would have additional tax revenue. If your employees were required to live in this community, then their tax dollars would stay here. If you were more welcoming to small business, you would generate more tax revenue. If you spent our tax dollars prudently, there would be no need for a tax increase. Have you looked at the salaries of your management team? Are the salaries of your management team reflective of a city with an economically deprived population base of 7,500 people? Are you getting a return on the amount spent in certain departments? We watch as our neighbor, the town of Superior, is growing and thriving under the thoughtful, creative, and involved leadership of Mila Besic. Meanwhile, Globe is floundering. We, the citizens, are not stupid, and we are tired of you treating us as if you know what's best for us. We know what we want, and it's not an increase in taxes. Bottom line, you are being physically irresponsible and short-sighted with the taxpayers' money. Vote with the will of the people, not your will. Instruct your management team to think outside the box to grow the economy. If you and the management team cannot figure it out without raising taxes, then your time in leadership has come to an end. Raising taxes is the last resort of failed leadership. Signed, Lisa Brazil, taxpaying resident. Mr. Mayor, Council, I have a comment submitted by Eileen Townsend. The City of Globe has a pattern of putting its wants ahead of the will of the people, from attempting to use COVID relief funds on police cars, a wildland truck, fire truck, and updates to city buildings, to permitting an outside investor's desire for potentially 25-bed drug and alcohol rehab center in the heart of our historic residential district. So I have no reason to believe that you will not pass this tax as well, despite fierce opposition from the citizens of this community. As a business owner, I can increase my prices to allow myself to buy a new vehicle, but I try to keep my customers' best interest in mind in my business practice. Too bad the same can't be said of our city. It is hard to be sympathetic to their claims of needing a tax increase when they have a fleet of brand new vehicles. I have found a practical business plan to be, if I can't afford it, I don't buy it. Eileen Townsend, Farley's Pub. Okay, I have a comment from John Wong. I am writing this email in regards to the 1% tax increase. My name is John Wong. I am a small business owner in downtown Globe. We are already at 8.9%, which is fairly average for the cities in Arizona. Raising a full percentage will put us at 9.9%, which is among highest in Arizona, top 5%. With this increase in a recovering economy, we will hurt the development of tourism. A 1% increase will deter tourism in the long run. We may catch visitors with the 9.9 sales tax one time, but will deter a second visit. Why do we need an increase? Where are these extra funds being allocated to? What enhancements will this mean to a small business? With the current sales tax, are we in the red? According to the Silverbelt article I read, that 27% of our sales tax are from Globe residents. I believe this is false. Where are these statistics coming from? People in our town do eat, fuel, eat out, and pay for local services. If the rest of the sales tax is truly 73% from out-of-town visitors, then increase of 1% will not help these visitors stay and enjoy our city. Does the 27% represent just Globe or other communities like Miami, San Carlos County, etc.? These statistics show that we do not have enough businesses in town, yet the 1% increase will not seduce investors at the same time. How does this 1% help attract or retain staff? Higher wages will attract staff, but they will also have to pay the 9.9% tax rate. I propose a 3% increase at the most. Sincerely, John Wong. John adds, inflation on cost of goods has increased. For example, a case of chicken went from $55 a case to $210 a case. In it has slowed down business already. I believe a full 1% is not practical at this time. Though I do support the city's agenda, I propose a 0.3% increase or a gradual increase. John Wong. Okay, I have one more from Tracy Quick. I would like to express my thoughts that a full 1% tax increase while so many businesses are still recovering from COVID is extreme. My business, for instance, was closed for a total of 581 days. I appreciate that paying taxes are how things work, and that as we progress, more funds are needed. It just seems like Some kind of gradual increase would be easier for a business to absorb. Please consider a gradual increase and give those of us that need it time to heal. Thank you, Tracy Quick, the Huddle.
We have one more in the email that I saw, and then I think Shelley has one more. Are we talking about this one? Globe Concerned Citizen? Yeah. To council. As long as the revenue will be spent responsibly, I am not opposed to a sales tax increase. However, our nation is experiencing record-breaking inflation right now, and this may not be the best time to burden us with even a small tax increase. Maybe this should be delayed and revisited once gas prices have dropped back down below $4 per gallon. Jason D. And Mr. Mayor, I believe that's everything in your phone. Okay. And that would be it.
Thank you. Is there any other comments from the public that's present here still?
So we would close the hearing, Mr. Mayor.
So this public hearing is closed now. I open it up now for comment from council before we call for a question or the vote. Mariano, start with you. Do you have any more to add before what you said?
A year ago, I was hired by this council, and I was asked at the time, can you make a hard decision? And I kind of chuckled because my career was nothing but hard decisions. I spent 26 years as an emergency manager for the state of Arizona, as well as Gila County as director of emergency operations. That job was nothing but stress, and making the right decision. Making the wrong decision meant you could put people in danger. This is one of those occasions. I was gainfully employed by the state in 2008 when the crash happened about a year later to the real estate market. And I just shook my head as I listened to the radio, hearing about the crash of the real estate market. I didn't create that. I wondered if I was going to have any money in retirement. Because even though I didn't have an investment in a home, the possibility of a cut in my own retirement was a possibility. Well, here we are years later. It's 2022. I've been retired 5 years. And once again, America is facing a real estate bubble. This time around, I made it to retirement. I saw the light of day and ran to the bank. And here I am making several decisions that may affect my future. One of the things that I see is the fortitude and the wisdom to continue on a path. I think that it's a tough decision. I think that we need to look to the future as an optimist. I always have, even though I've worked in one of the hardest professions you can have, and that's in government as an emergency manager. And I've seen misery, and I've helped to alleviate misery. And I think my career was nothing of public service. Today, I think I see the future is bright. I said that a year ago, and I stick by it today. For the city of Globe, it's a bright future. We still have to leverage what we have and maintain what we have and build on that into the future. We're taking things off the shelf to improve the city because we have opportunity. And sometimes that opportunity, you have to make hard decisions. Having that career has given me some insight into keeping hope and giving hope to our constituency as best we can across the region. And that was the epitome, the mainstay of my career, giving hope to people. I see that today, and I hear these stories knowing that there's a brighter day ahead, and we will achieve that together. I'm not a politician, I'm a realist, but I am always optimistic, and I believe in giving hope to our people. I can't say or see $1 that has been misspent by this council or this administration, primarily because we have tapped the right sources of grant funding and other vehicles to be where we're at today. We don't control the conditions of the world. This supply chain problem is evident in every project we're touching right now, and it's very frustrating. We didn't create that. And as far as our economy, yes, it is in a problem area. But am I discouraged? I am not. I think that we're doing everything we can the right way with the right leveraging of all funding that we have access to. And there have been hints that maybe the future is going to be even brighter here and more opportunity lie ahead of us. And I am very proud of what the entire region is doing, including Mila over in Superior. She's a leader. We have leaders here too, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not afraid of this future, and I want to continue giving hope to this region, and I think we can achieve it. As I said, I've been here a year, and I'm ready to make those kinds of decisions once again. We're headed into a very dangerous summer, and I am worried about that future, fire and flood. But for the most part, we've got to continue business. We've got to continue the operation of government and try to push it into the future and offering hope across all the sectors that we're responsible for. And I'm not afraid to proceed into that future. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Fernando, you got any more comments?
I'd like to reserve mine for, because I already got a chance to speak, so.
Okay. Brady, you got any comments?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, raising taxes at any time of anybody's ability to make a decision that we're going to raise taxes, it's never a good time. Raising taxes is never a good time. It can always be viewed as the burden is on the taxpayer. And I'm a taxpayer. And I firmly believe that raising taxes is something that everybody in this country, at least, frowns on. Even from the days of the Boston Tea Party, right? No taxation without representation. It is part of who we are and how we exist. At the smaller scale, and I say smaller scale when I'm talking the city of Globe, just us, this community, this region. Some of us feel we may be fortunate or unfortunate, but we are living in 100+ year community. Infrastructure, housing, all the things that we look for in quality of life have become in jeopardy. Safe drinking water, electricity, waste taken away from your home so that you never have to deal with it. That's what we want today. This is how we have been, I don't want to say groomed, but positioned on what kind of quality of life we want. And quality of life costs money. I've heard comments about, the police department has new cars. Well, when we were experiencing not too long ago, maybe 2 years now, experiencing complaints from our constituents that we could not get a police officer respond because the vehicles were breaking down on the way to that response. The cost versus benefits is what we're talking about here. What is the cost for the benefit that you're going to get? I can say that this council and previous councils have been, at least the ones I've been on, have been very frugal with the monies the coffers of this city. Oh, you're spending, you're overspending. A lot of the spending comes from partnerships. It doesn't just come from your tax dollar. It comes from partners that believe in what the city is doing in this region, in this community, and they want to be a part of it. There's absolutely no way that we could be paying for some of the things that we have today if it was just our tax dollars. Absolutely no way. It would have never happened. So I think it's this city's responsibility, and this council and previous councils and future councils, it is their responsibility to ensure that the services that your tax dollars are paying for are the best that you'll ever get. We talk about a fire station, a 100-year-old fire station. They don't make vehicles anymore like they did back 100 years ago. They just don't make them like that anymore. The equipment, the safety, the equipment that we will get when I call and say, I need your help. The professionalism, the care that we all want. We have thought long and hard about this. Don't tax food. How can we manage to sustain the gains that we've made and possibly ensure for future days to come that quality service that we all want, regardless of what age you are, what gender you are, and what position you're in. You're going to get the same service. It's hard nowadays. If you were to be in some of these meetings that we had and listen to our staff members, how hard it is just to maintain the professional individuals in our city and keep them here. Because our challenge now is competing with the valley, the metro area. It's easy. I mean, we all work for money, right? And if I decide I'm going to be a professional in an industry, and 80 miles down the road, I can make quite a bit more for me and my family, guess what? That's where they're going. So the challenge we have here in Globe, even though we say we're the regional hub, we still have those challenges of maintaining the quality personnel to give everybody the quality of life. The amenities that we want. Can a byproduct of that be some sort of revenue generator? Possible. Because now people can say, I don't want to live in the city. I want to live in a nice, quiet town where I still have the amenities of the city, of a big city. You know, businesses, they're obviously, you know, we've made a commitment to be business friendly, and we've torn down some roadblocks that we've heard that business community say, hey, you know, this needs to change. And we've made some changes. We continue to work with our business group. Our businesses are part of the quality of life. Spend local. Spend your money here. I came from a town that was managed solely by a mining industry. And when that industry picked up their stakes and said, you know, we're out of here, that was it. That community had no more revenue generating, funding, tax base. The citizens could not do it on their own. It's still alive, but it's never what it was like before. When I moved here, I thought, what a great place. Everything I could ever want is here. And I still feel that. Anything that I could ever want is here. I feel confident that we have a grade A public works department. We have a grade A fire department. We have a grade A police department. And we have the amenities that we all need. Furniture, medical care, air conditioning service. Anything you could ever want is here. And all that we are really trying to do here is maintain the status of what we have. And it comes down to cost versus benefits. If that 1% cost ensures our benefits, we'll get through this. We're in a tough time. This entire world is turned upside down. But we have to try and make decisions that we can look past those times and look forward to better times. We provide services for elderly. Again, the amenities that you could ever want is here. And if we can help, which I think is an accurate assumption or statement, that for every dollar we spend locally as local residents, that the return quite possibly could be 3 times that. And the money stays here. The money stays for us. And the money pays for our quality of life. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Freddie. Jesse, you got any comments?
Mayor, when this was first brought up, that we were going to even think about raising taxes, I was totally against it. It was proposed that we raise them in increments. And understanding that and seeing that and weighing that out and really thinking about, okay, well then we'd be right back here again in 6 months or a year, burdening the residents, burdening the visitors. Right back here again discussing this. And at that point, is it going to be the 0.5 or will it be higher? So this council got together and talked about it, and we thought, okay, 1%. Rip the Band-Aid off. Do 1%, don't touch it again. We haven't raised property taxes since the 4 years that I've been on this council, and then some. In, I think, 1999, they raised it, the TPT tax, sales tax, 2%, actually 1% to make it a 2%, and then again in 2016 with a 0.3, which has a sunset clause for the PSPRS unfunded liability. So understanding all of that and understanding where we are today, and nobody could plan where we are today as a nation. Nobody could have planned that. Nobody could have planned where we are today as a world. Understanding all of that and coming to the residents, it's something that I could stomach 1%. Okay, I shop local as best as I can. I support the businesses here, and I understand that. Yet I think this council fully understands that and supports that. We don't want to put burden on the residents. That's why property taxes will only hurt the residents. This is something that I feel that we can all burden together. I'm a taxpayer in the city of Globe, so the rest of the council is. We've talked about, heard from residents that we spend money frivolously. Every department here, if you watch the meetings, come up with, they've went out for grants, they've gotten grants, they find unique ways to make sure that it's not a burden on the taxpayers. They're not coming to this council and asking to pull more money out of the purse and here's this and here's that. So I feel like this council is well staffed, fiscally responsible in the best ways they can be. What you see is a pool going up that's costing $5 million that the city is getting for hundreds of thousands of dollars that they're putting in. We have partners throughout the community, throughout the state, that are coming in and helping us because we have amazing staff that goes out and sees where we can find the money and where we can pull it in. State legislator gave us money for bridges, a bridge that's failing, 2 of them. So that way it's not a burden on the taxpayers. We have partners such as CAG that come in and where we can lean on them and where can we find this? What can we do? It's not coming, at least not from this councilman, easy to say we need to do this unless everything else was exhausted. Okay, what can we continue to do to maintain the level that we have now? If we don't do it now, what will happen in 5 years? What will happen if we don't continue to collect that money and keep up with where we are? Could this wait? I don't believe so. I don't believe that this could wait any longer. I mean, we've saw online with recycling and things of that nature. Those were completely out of our control. Those were from that company, not from this council. This council has taken proactive steps to ensure that we're not trying to pass on the buck to the resident, but keep it here. We have to compete with McDonald's paying $15 an hour for their employees and doing a pay study here to make sure that our employees are making a fair wage, that we're not losing them to McDonald's, that the people that are ensuring that your roads are safe and that you're safe and that you're taken care of and your house, if it ever catches on fire, that you're taken care of, but to the water that you drink and where your sewage waste goes, that is all taken care of, to economic development, prosperity. I mean, even during COVID, when everybody was shut down, people were still wanting to move to Globe, still wanting to open up businesses. And our economic development team still cultivated that and moved forward. These are things that, we continue to see on the sidelines. It's not out in the open. I mean, unless you go and look for these things. We fail to toot our own horn, if you will, and showcase this. And I think that's one of our flaws. We should be in front and saying, hey, we're doing this for you. These are your tax dollars. This is what they're doing. So I think that if this many people could come to every council meeting or watch the council meetings and actually see where this money's going, instead of reading this much money went out here, this much money went out here, but actually understand where we're getting this money from, you'd understand why I can stomach this, why I'm asking for a 1% increase. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Mike?
Well, thank you, Mary. I'm not going to repeat everything that's already been said. We all feel the same. Raising taxes is the last thing that anybody wants to do. I've been on the council for 8 years now, and the last time, like everybody has said, we raised it 0.3% for the PSPRS funding, which we're doing a fantastic job on paying that back. For the quality of life, again, like everybody else has said, that costs money. And I think we need to compare ourselves to these. I keep reading these destinations, the different cities through the state of Arizona. We need to be comparable to these as well, instead of being the lower percentage. Deb, I in the same business as you guys are in. It's terrible. My prices have gone up, geez, probably 80%, and I don't change my costs. I still offer the same prices that I did 6 years ago. So I know what you guys are going through. It's the same thing, and I don't like doing it either, but it's the business we chose. So I think that, again, with the quality of life with the city of Globe, I've been here 10 years now. I moved from the valley up here, so I was actually one of those that went backwards and stuff. So I moved here because I fell in love with it. I fell in love with the people, the city, the way it runs, everything else, instead of leaving here and going down to the valley. I've made my home here, and this is where I'm going to be for the rest of my life anyway. So I do accept this change. I would like to do it gradually, like everybody else would, I'm sure. You know, but it's just not feasible. I can't, you know, maybe you can educate me a little bit more on that, the 0.5 now and 0.5 later. I mean, that would be great. That, I don't know if that would, you know, 6 months from now, we're going to end up in the same thing. People are going to say, well, okay, well, why are we doing this now? So, and I know the economy is horrible, terrible right now. And nobody wants to pay more money into this, that we have to in order to achieve our goals, I think, as a city. So, again, I could repeat whatever else said, but I think that's all.
Thank you, Mike. You have any, Fernando?
Yeah, I could add something else. Being an elected official is not easy, and it shouldn't be, because you make decisions that impact everybody. And I feel like my job isn't to make people happy. My job is to act in their best interest, their best welfare. And I know that's not going to be the same for everybody, right? Some people are in different spots. But we got a grant to build a bridge that we know is going to fail. Okay? And we thought we did really, really well by getting that funding to get that bridge built. But then when we go out to bid to get the bridge built, guess what? It doesn't cost what it would have cost when we first got the funding. So just like everybody else's costs are going up, so is ours. And when we want to keep our employees, and we've been doing adjustments gradually, we've been going through departments trying to bring people up to where they really should be, right? We know that you can go work somewhere else and make more money than you can at the city. And yeah, you can get a job at McDonald's making maybe as much as some people make at the city. But if you don't go to work, do you get paid at McDonald's? Do they give you paid time off? Do you have sick leave? Do you have retirement? Do you have any of that? So those are some things that we consider. When I go out to eat, I don't look at the sales tax in Mesa versus Glendale, or I just kind of decide where I'm at and we eat there. And I'm fortunate enough that I can go out to eat. And I know that's not for everybody. But there are things that we have to pay for regardless of whether we raise the taxes or not. And those costs are not going down.
They are not going down. So either we decrease our services, when I see heads nodding, yes, decrease them, decrease them, decrease them. But how many people want to buy the cheapest car out there? No. I know a lot of people that aren't trying to buy the worst, cheapest thing out there. What they look for is a good value. So our job is to bring a good value here. Our pipes are 100 years old. We have a fire department that's 110 years old, and it caught on fire while they were out on the call, and thank God they got back in time. Okay, so what happens when the fire department burns down? What happens when all the guys, hello, we have to be responsible. And no, it's not popular to raise taxes. I know that, and I know it hurts some people. But not everybody is poor, not everybody is struggling. But the fact is that we have to make the bills. We have to pay for what we have to pay for. If we don't get a new fire department, how much do you think it's going to cost tomorrow? You think it's going to be less? It's not. And so I'm not here to be popular. I'm not here to be reelected. I'm just here to try to make the best decisions that we can for our future. I've seen other communities that, oh, the public showed up and it was very unpopular, and so we didn't do it. And guess what? Their sewer lines collapsed. And then how many of those people came back and said, oh, that's okay, because we didn't want you to raise taxes. Remember, that's our bad, not your bad. No, they did not. And how much do you think they're paying now for those sewer lines? So you have to maintain your stuff. You have to make progress. You have to. It doesn't cost us less if we lose employees that are good quality people. It costs us more. You got to train them. They don't know what they're doing. You got to get them certified. It's not a good investment to lose your good employees. It's not a good investment to have your sewer lines collapse. It's not a good investment to have a fire department that doesn't function or a police department that cannot respond. But whenever we go out to buy a car, I've been fighting for that stupid fire truck for how long? And that's one where it can actually go out and generate revenue. We've been trying to tell everybody for years that that truck has the potential to pay for itself. But this council was very, we need to have more money saved before we do that. We need to have more money saved. That's how much they're trying not to do this. But if we're gonna have to raise taxes, I'd rather raise it in a way that we're gonna get it from the most people and lessen the burden for the people that are here. If we only had to pay for what we had to pay for and only the people in Globe paid for it, this tax rate would be a lot higher that we'd be asking for. So every person that comes, I live across the street from Fry's, every person that comes in, buys their beer, buys their food, buys their suntan lotion to go to the lake is helping us. And so this is, if we gotta do it, this is the place to do it. And I'm telling you that I believe that we have to do this, because if we don't, we're gonna be really struggling. And so somebody said cost of living is actually not even 8 or 9% like it says, and it's actually closer to, Jesse said, what, 300%? So what we're supposed to be able to, it's okay because it's a city or we're a government that somehow mystically we're exempt from that and we should be able just to keep going. And that's not the case. Cities can't spend money we don't have. We're not the federal government. We can't print dollars. And so I think this is the best way to do it. And I know it's going to hurt some people, but it always will hurt some people. No matter when you do it, it hurts. And hopefully we'll be able to do things that will generate more activity, more revenue for the city of Globe that we should prosper. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Fernando.
I wrote a lot of notes down. I'm not gonna try and repeat a lot of the things like Mike had said also. First of all, I want to thank everybody that did submit any comments or concerns about what this proposal is. I mean, not only tonight, but on Facebook. I do read the Facebook comments that were active in this past week. I don't respond to them. I think if people want to get the truth or the real questions answered, my number is on the website. You can call me anytime, and I have many conversations with many residents every day. And I know we had a lot of negative comments, but the individuals that I talked to are for and are positive comments about a sales tax increase to move our city forward to the next level. A couple of years ago, when I came into office, and that was in 2016, I was part of this community study in our work groups. And it was broken up to identify the priorities, what our community really wanted. There was a lot of players in there. I think there was over 100 people that were part of it, and then we broke up into groups. And the three priorities were quality of life, housing, and education. And I think this council took that to heart and has been working towards that ever since then. With the strategic action plan, we have a vision, we have goals, and our staff has worked to make it happen. Back then also, we took the lead in economic development. We've always taken a back seat to let other organizations try and take us to the next level, and we felt that it was time for us to take the lead. When I left I retired in 15, but my last 7 years, and I did budgets for 18 years for our department, we were buying used vehicles for the fire department. 1992, we bought our first ladder truck. And when I came in 1986, you know what our ladder truck was? It was a 1952 LaFrance. This city kept vehicles for 40 years, emergency vehicles to respond to emergencies. We drove vehicles that we got from Southwest Gas, or we got from some other organization that they had already put to rest, had over 100,000 miles. Those were our new vehicles. That's what we drove, police and fire. So looking back at sales tax from 2014 to now, there's been a tremendous increase. And I guarantee you talk to local businesses, they're reaping the benefits because they are seeing the increase in people coming to their businesses, restaurants, bars, whatever it is. They're seeing that growth. I am truly proud and honored to be part of this council because this council is pro-growth, pro-development, and they've worked hard at it. We have a vision. We got to look at the full picture. We got to dream big, and when we dream big, we have to have goals. Because if we just dream big and don't have goals and accomplish them, they're just dreams. It'll never happen. So how do we balance everything out? Our residents are footing the bill for everything, all our resources. We have visitors that come here, and people that live outside of the city that utilize our resources every day, our streets, our parks, our public safety. And that costs money. And it's been said here already that all the cost has gone up. We have some amazing departments. We have amazing directors. Our library, our active adult center, BESH. They care for our city, and I think people that have gone through our Citizens Academy truly understand the commitment and how much our employees care for this city. I will never sell public safety short at all. I'm the wrong person in office, and it's time, if it is, then it's time for me to go. Police department. One of our biggest things was to fix a broken department. We went out and searched for a police chief, and that was our first job here. And it was a long process, and he's delivered. We have a full police department now. They have vehicles they can respond to that aren't going to break down when they're going to a call. The equipment that we have to buy for a police officer on a day to do their job, vests, tasers, bowler wraps now, body cams because they need to protect themselves. Because there's people out there to sue police. for their actions. They have to deal with encounters on a daily basis and split decision. A stop for a speeding motorist could lead to something dangerous. They got to make those split decisions. Fire. Do we even know, does anybody really know how much turnouts cost? How much self-contained breathing apparatus costs? Our fire department even has to have bulletproof vests now. That's the kind of world we live in now. Our station has already been mentioned, over 10 years old. I spent 30 years in there. That's a dangerous station. You look at all the firefighters that are dying of cancer, that have cancer. We cannot make that station safe to prevent cancer. That station is not the one. Modernized stations now have a way of decreasing the exposures of cancer. Yeah, we bought a Type 3 engine, and maybe it'll generate some revenue, but we need it for our community too. We have a major area that it can respond to take care of. Type 1 engine, yes, we did buy one about, I don't know how many years ago, but how old was that one? That was 15, 20 years old. Our ladder truck is now 30 years old, and that needs to be replaced. You know what that costs to replace that truck now? $1.2, $1.5 million. A new station, $5 to $6 million. We have a dangerous, historic downtown area. That is our money. Most of our buildings are old. They're remodeled. They're areas of danger that firefighters need to make split decisions. If we don't make that decision now, we're going to burn it down. They're next to each other. They have basements. We need to make sure that they're well-trained, well-equipped for all our public safety. Our public works, they take care of so much with little resources. Our parks, I don't even know how many parks we have. Per capita, we have probably more than any other city. Our roads, I don't know what a cost is for 1 mile of pavement. Our sewer, they take care of our water, our hydrants, our distribution center, our distribution systems. We just approved, and you saw the trucks from Cactus, over $500,000 to do crack sealing and chip sealing, just to maintain our streets so they don't deteriorate, that we'll have to replace them in the future. Our economic development department that we established for the first time in the history of this city has gone through many phases and delivered with branding, marketing. It has put Globe on the map in Arizona. People are recognizing Arizona. They are being invited. We are being invited to talk at seminars as how we did it. How are we getting ourselves to that next level? They have worked on quality of life. We're working on the Northeast Corridor for expansion. And then we developed the development services because we didn't have much activity back 2016, 2017. We didn't have many permits being issued on a monthly basis, but now we do. And if we are not ready, if we don't have professionals, you saw Dana is one of them. We have an engineer, we have economic development, we have fire, police, public works, it all involved in our development services. We need to be ready because if a business comes and wants to come here or a developer wants to come, we better be ready because if we're not, we're going to discourage them and they're going to go. And that costs money. We need staff to make sure that we make it work. Our grant writers, they have a committee. The amount of money they have brought in grants now is amazing. Fernando talked a little bit about the money from Connie's Bridge. We have Cottonwood Bridge. We have other streets, funding that is coming from the state. We've been active in the state. We've hired a lobbyist in Washington to go after funding for our small community, our rural community. So we need to think bigger about our city, because if we don't make it happen, it's not going to happen. And we're going to be back in 2014, 2012 and driving 40-year-old vehicles. We deserve better. And I know it's a bad time, but when is the right time to do it? And if you look at it, a $100 bill is a $1 bill, is a $1 extra cost if you're going out to eat or whatever. People are paying, I don't know what it is. I used my debit card the other day, and you're paying $2.50 just to use your debit card in a business. You're better off paying cash. Because they're charging you an additional, and it doesn't matter if it's $10 or $20, they're charging you extra for using your debit card in that business. I do not think that this council and the comment made about spending out of control, it isn't. We have gone after, our staff has gone off for built relationship, built partnerships to really, and that's how we got things done. That's where we're getting things done. Look at all the stuff that's going on with quality of life. That's because they believe in us. They believe that we can sustain these projects, that we're not just blowing air. And the only way we're going to be able to do it is to increase a 1% sales tax and to be able to bring that money to sustain the future for our city. And we have a wonderful city. And I think I know it's a bad times right now, but I think our community and our city will move to that next level. So those are my comments. I don't know if anybody else has any comments or anything, or?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we have one person we missed, or, oh, okay, so, yeah, no, we're good.
Did you have a comment?
No, the person has declined to comment.
Okay.
So, thank you.
See where we're at. We did close already. So I guess I would entertain a motion for approval of the ordinance.
Doing a roll call vote?
Yeah, and yeah, we'll do a roll call vote. And I want to,
Michelle, want to read?
ordinance 880, is it 880?
Yes.
Okay.
Ordinance has already been
Hmm?
read. Ordinance has already been read.
Did we read the ordinance already?
Mr. Mayor, we have not read the ordinance. Did you want me to read the ordinance?
Yes, please. Can you do that?
Thank you. Ordinance of the City of Globe, Arizona relating to the privilege license tax, amending the city code by increasing the rate of taxation from 2 3/2% to 3 3/2%, providing penalties for the violation thereof, providing the severability and designating an effective date. Is council pleased with that reading?
Yes.
Just a question on Shelley, when it says 3.5%, is it 3.3?
It is, it's 3.3. The wording is a little strange, but that was approved by the attorney. But in quotation marks, it does say numerically,
yeah.
3.2% or 3.3 from 2.3.
Yeah, the wording just made it sound
Yeah.
like 3.5, so, okay.
Mr. Mayor, if there are no other comments or questions, I motion to approve ordinance number 880, amending the city tax code by increasing the rate of taxation from 2.3% to 3.3%.
Second.
Got a motion and second for approval of ordinance 880. Is there any further discussion? I'll call for roll call vote. Shelley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. District 1, Councilman Rios.
Yes.
District 3, Councilman Leatham.
Yes.
District 4, Vice Mayor Stapleton.
Yes.
District 5, Councilman Gonzalez.
Yes.
District 6, Councilman Shipley.
Aye.
Mayor Gameros.
Yes.
Mayor Gameros, we have 6 yeas. Motion passes.
Thank you, Shelley. And thank you, everybody, for coming and for your comments. We have another public hearing we're going to be opening. In the public hearing, in consideration to approve Resolution 1854, updating the fee schedule to include community pool fees and applicable bank transaction fees. Paul?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, as you recall, this is simply for a charge to enter the pool, and then for group rates on the pool, and then so we can, the third part is the the percentage rate so we can do credit card transactions for permitting. All three of these are brand new fees. They're not raising anything. We're creating these. We did this so we can have these in place in time for the opening of the pool. And so, and we have had, I think, no comments. And Shelley, do you want to?
And the other part of it, the bank transactions,
Right.
that is for
So if
permits.
yeah, if someone comes in, I mean, there are cases where we have permits on large projects that are $10,000, and it has to, if they want to do a debit, we are charged a significant fee on that, and so that passes that fee, just that fee, not a surcharge or anything, but we pass that fee along to the customer. Do we need to open the public hearing and close
Yes.
that?
Yes.
Yeah, so you would need to open it and then we'll check.
So I'll go ahead and open the public hearing for comment. Is there anybody from the public wants to comment on the fee schedule update?
I see nothing on email, anything on the phone?
No.
And I see nothing in the audience, Mayor.
So I'll close the public hearing. And can you read the resolution, Shelley, please?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Resolution number 1854, a resolution of the Mayor and Council of the City of Globe adopting a revised general fee schedule for the City of Globe. Council, please with that reading.
Yes.
Yes.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, we thank Walt, sitting in the back smiling, starving, for putting this together so he can continue with his work to get our pool operating and functioning properly. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any comments or questions?
Mr. Mayor, I motion to approve resolution number 1854, adopting the amended fee schedule to include community pool fees and applicable bank transaction fee.
Second?
Motion and second for approval of resolution 1854. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passes.
Mr. Mayor, it is imposing a new fee, so we do need to do a roll call vote.
Roll call vote, okay.
Apologies.
You can run that, Shelley,
Okay,
please.
thank you. District 1, Councilman Rios.
Yes.
District 3, Councilman Leatham.
Yes.
District 4, Vice Mayor Stapleton.
Yes.
District 5, Councilman Gonzalez.
Yes.
District 6, Councilman Shipley.
Aye.
Mayor Gameros.
Yes.
Majority is yes votes. The
Thank you,
motion
Shelley.
passes, yes.
We have any late agenda items?
Mr. Mayor, no, we do not.
Second call to the public. Do we have anybody wanting to speak? Call to the public? None online?
No, nothing, and appears nothing from the audience.
Scheduling of meetings?
Nothing new at this point.
Work group report?
You have that in your packet, and so we discussed different issues: Old Dominion, Mine Park, stakeholders, EDC, bed tax, Department of Housing Funding, and future plans and transit. I don't know if any of the members who attended wanted to share with anybody who wasn't in attendance and/or if it wasn't in attendance had any question on any of these items at this point. And there was we have nothing. Most of these items are going to be included as part of the budget. I don't at this point. I don't see any of these coming forward as standalone item at this point.
Questions? Consideration for future agenda items? Okay. Call for a vote for adjournment.
Motion made.
Second.
Motion and a second for adjournment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Meeting adjourned. Thank you again.